during the budget hearing of DBM, parang may commitment na yung mga nakuhanan ng pondo, baka within the end of the year, maibalik naman nila. May ganun bang nabanggit na sa inyo yung DBM? Because I think itong feeding program kasama to sa nakuhanan ng pondo, di ba? Or no release?
Hindi po. Madam Senator, a total of 8.9 billion was reduced in the budget of the department. And wala pa pong nababalik dito sa 8.9 billion na ito. This is what we call the batch 1 bayanihan law funding. For the batch 2, a total of 10.9 billion was realigned from our program. Pero yung 10.9 billion po ay binalik sa amin for the Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan. So 2 batches po yan. The first one is 8.9, the second batch is 10.9, but only the 10.9 was returned. For the 8.9 billion, kasama po dito yung last mile schools, a portion of our voucher program, a big portion actually, about 2 billion. And
is like yung voucher program niya for private schools yun, no?
Yes po.
Yun yung voucher program.
Yes, Madam Senator. That's right.
Na kung tutusan, kailangan dahil nagsasara na nga itong mga private schools natin.
Which reminded me also, Madam Senator, thank you for that. Kasi for 2021, nabawasan po kami ng 10 billion. And the 10 billion is really a big impact for the voucher program. Although nung nag-appeal po si Secretary Briones sa DBM, binalik po ito ng DBM. However, it is in the unprogrammed fund, not in the program fund. Unprogrammed fund means we have to wait for additional revenue, new loans, or increase in the collection can withdraw from the unprogrammed fund. The 10 billion for the voucher program in 2021 has to wait for those instances before we get the 10 billion back.
So, Yusek Ann, parang lumalabas, walang voucher program for 2021?
Meron po, Madam Senator, but it's only 12 billion in the 2021 NEP. The 10 billion is in the unprogrammed fund.
So yung 10 billion, ilang estudyante yung maapektuhan dito?
For easier computation, it can be about 50% of the program voucher. Ang pakiusap po sa amin ng DBM, Madam Senator, is ganito, para hindi po maapektuhan yung number of beneficiaries, magbabayad kami ng semestral. Hindi namin babayaran ng buong taon yung private school para magkasya yung pera. So for until December 2021, we can pay for the first SEM for the private school. But the second SEM claim can be paid in the 2022 budget. Yun po ang pinopropose sa atin ng DBM na huwag tayo magbayad ng full school year sa mga private school para mapagkasya natin yung pondo at ma-accommodate pa natin yung mga estudyante. So yun po yung ginagawa namin, Madam Senator. But of course, if we want to help the private school, it will be better if we give them the 100% subsidy dahil yun nga po yung hinihingi nila ngayon. So we do understand them, but we are also explaining to them na due to the limited funding resources, ay hindi po namin magagawang magbayad ng full school year claim, only the first SEM again, as we are doing right now because lagi pong nagkukulang ang pondo for the voucher program.
So for the first SEM na 2020, more or less ilang estudyante yung maapektuhan na itong pag-alis ng voucher program?
We have a total of 1.2 million for the senior high school voucher program, Madam Senator. As I have explained, we can still accommodate them, but we will not be able to pay them fully. Kung ano po, kung sino po ang unang magki-claim, yung po ang babayaran namin. At kung sakaling mag-claim sila at wala na yung pondo, magiging accounts payable po siya at babayaran na lang namin next year ng 2022. So, yun po ang gagawin namin ngayon. Mag-explain talaga kami sa ating private school partners na ang pag-claim sana ay agahan natin. Kung paurong po ng paurong ang school opening, kagaya ngayon, October 5 na ang opening natin, kailangan maibigay po nila sa amin ang claim bago mag-end of the year. Kung hindi, maglalapse din po yung pera ng appropriation natin. At sa tingin ko talagang hindi ko kasi nakamatch yung fiscal year budget with the school year budget namin. At kami naapektuhan sana po kung education sector ay magkaroon ng special budget year dahil iba nga ho ang aming operation. Usually, kagaya ngayon, nasa end of the year na ang aming operation instead of the beginning of the year, which is January, when budget is usually approved.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Siguro, Mr. Chair, can do something about it dahil alam naman natin na talaga naghihingalo na itong mga private school. And ito yung isang assistance na pwedeng mabigay natin sa kanila. Yun lang.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may
Yes,
be
go ahead, Yusek Nepo.
just a footnote to what was shared by Yusek Ann with respect to the DBM. I think after the first round of contribution to Bayanihan 1, actually all agencies were asked for contribution for Bayanihan 2, and one of the main accommodations to the DBM of the Department of Education, and obviously the Department of Education is one of anticipated or expected to be a major contributor because of the size of its budget, but because of the support also of the President for the LCP, the DBM allowed us not to anymore contribute to the Bayanihan 2, and instead, as mentioned by Yusek Ann, we were allowed to just make a realignment within our budget for the BLCP, but not anymore. Unlike the Bayanihan 1, where we contributed 8.9 billion, we were allowed not to anymore respond to that call for contribution for Bayanihan 2. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair?
Yes,
Just
go
a
ahead.
response kay Yusek Nepo. Para sa akin kasi dapat nga hindi na nag-contribute yung DepEd pagdating doon sa bayanihan dahil alam naman natin kung gaano ka-importante yung funding for education, tapos babawasan pa kayo. So para sa akin dapat nga in light of the changes in the new normal, 'di ba? Yung sector niyo yung sobrang naapektuhan kasi nga nagkaroon ng different type of platform for teaching. Kung tutuusin, kailangan nyo pa ng additional funding dahil nabago na nga yung sistema ng pagtuturo. Yun lang po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Binay. I can see Yusek San Antonio already here to discuss the TV radio preparation. But Yusek Tony, do you have any comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair, if you may. So our USEC Dodge will generally discuss DepEd's TV radio-based instruction updates, but Director Abram, who is representing USEC Alain, will substantially discuss the same. We have just Vibered, Mr. Chair, a PowerPoint presentation to be discussed by Director Abram Abranil later. Salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Yusek Tony. So we recognize Yusek San Antonio.
Mr. Chair, as I think have been emphasized earlier, the TV and radio-based instruction, TWG, is co-chaired by myself and Yusek Alain because the technical aspects is under his strand, production itself, and ours would be the provision of the SLMs that would be converted into the video formats. So we have, of course, provided training for the script writers and broadcasters. Most of the broadcasters or the broadcasters themselves will come from the ranks of our fellow teachers. They've been provided training activities. We hope to prepare 130 episodes from K to senior high every week to be featured in our programming. We have partnerships with several channels. I think Director Abram has details as to the presence of these partnerships. We're operating using 5 studios. I understand there's even a classroom that's being used because we have discovered that teacher broadcasters tend to be more relaxed doing the TV episode production in a natural classroom setting. There are also support personnel that work with the team of Director Abram, and our strand has to make sure that before the actual airing, we are still given a chance to take a look at the episodes for final quality assurance. So may I request Director Abram to provide more details on the TV and radio-based instruction initiatives of the Department of Education po. By the way, for the week prior to October 5, we hope to also start providing episodes that will essentially offer psychological first aid and at the same time orientation on some aspects of the multiple distance learning delivery modality we will be offering our learners as well.
Thank
Thank
you. Thank you, Yusek Dads. We recognize Director Abram. For his
I'm
presentation.
trying to share my PowerPoint presentation. Let me just. Hello, good morning, Your Honor. Can you see my PowerPoint presentation already?
Yes, we can see it.
Yes. So this is essentially the timeline of DepEd TV. So as of June 2020, DepEd had no capability to produce TV episodes. In July 2020, we established a studio with the intention actually for use in teacher training because way back in April to June, we conducted trainings for around 350,000 teachers. But we got into the logistical barrier. Although we had, our participants accounted for more than 1,500,000 participants. We found out that when we reviewed our participants, we found out that there were only 350,000 unique persons among this 1.5 million teachers who were attending our webinars. Primarily because when we conducted a survey for who among the teachers had internet, only around 47% had internet in their residences. And these were actually the 350,000 already that we have trained. So we established a studio in July, primarily because we were exploring to make use of TV as a medium for teacher training. But then we eventually built up our studios so that we would also make use of this for the production of video lectures for the students. And so in August, we established another studio, totaling 2 in the central office, and we conducted trainings for around 23 teacher broadcasters who were already used to doing lectures in YouTube. So this was what you saw in the August 11 dry run of DepEd. This was the resource pool that was used for that dry run. That was the first time that DepEd attempted to produce TV episodes, and we encountered a lot of logistical barriers. And so we were able to successfully air on August 11. There were some content issues that were found, and we have since then learned from those mistakes that we made. So as of September 20, we continued to ramp up our capability. So now in the central office, we already have 5 studios. There are also 18 public schools which have been identified for off-site shooting, because as Yusek Dads mentioned, we found that teachers are much more comfortable in front of in a school setting where they have been doing teaching for most of their lives. Right now, 2 of these public schools are already actively shooting episodes. We currently have 107 teacher broadcasters, which includes the 23 that I mentioned earlier in August. So we conducted the training actually for around 300, the second batch of teacher broadcasters. We conducted a training for around 300 candidates. There were more than 2,000 who applied. But eventually, through our selection process, we were able to identify a total of 107 teacher broadcasters. And we have correspondingly mobilized around 72 production staff. This includes producers, illustrators, videographers, and even composers who will support these 107 teacher broadcasters in producing episodes. We have also conducted a third batch of training for teacher broadcasters for around another 200 teachers. And so far, we have identified around 91 already who are very likely who very likely have the skills that to handle doing a 20-minute lecture in front of the camera. So in the next 2 weeks, most likely we will be able to increase our resource pool of teacher broadcasters to 198. So from September 21 to 25, we will be airing 24 episodes. This is to allow us to practice again the logistics behind of getting all the episodes ingested into the TV stations. We don't want to make a repeat again of mistakes that happened in August 11. So we would like to practice again on September 21 so that by October 5, we will be ready. So by October 5, the target is to be able to produce 130 episodes per week. So these 130 episodes cover only the major subject areas under the most essential learning competencies. There are supposed to be 220 subject areas, but as of the moment, hindi pa namin kaya yung 220. So we are targeting only for the major subject areas this coming October 5, so 130 episodes per week. On January, we are targeting to produce 220 episodes per week, and this will also include dubbing of the K-3 subject areas into local languages. In my next slide, I have here a breakdown of the 107 teacher broadcasters. As you can see, most of them are currently in the greater Manila area. This was done on purpose because in terms of the logistics, it's much easier to bring the people to Metro Manila in order within the existing studios that we have. But we intend to build up the rest of the regions. We have already from Region 1, 6, Region 6 or 7. We are currently, ang wala lang teacher broadcasters are in Region 8 and in BARM. But in the batch 3 training, I know that there are 2 potential candidates in BARM. I'm not sure if there's a potential candidate in Region 8, but we are looking to make sure that we have a total of 300 teacher broadcasters in the medium term, so that there will be alternative teachers who can take on each of the subject areas. And we want a representation from all the regions to be available. Now, in terms of, because it is impossible for us to do 220 episodes if we rely only on the resources in Metro Manila. We are already building up these areas. So in Region 1, we're building up Ilocos Norte, Pangasinan, and Dagupan. Region 4A, Quezon, and Batangas City. So also in Region 4B in Palawan is quite advanced already. They are already starting to shoot episodes in Palawan. Region 6 is we are also building them up, and Region 7, 9, and 10. Also in Region 11, Davao City is also quite advanced. We were fortunate that one of the teacher broadcasters there used to work for GMA, and he's actually quite a very strong resource for us, especially in building up also our capacity in the radio-based instruction. A lot of the background stingers that we're using in radio-based instruction come from Region 11. So we're also building up Region 12, Caraga, and CAR. And once we have completed this, we will move into the other regions as well. Now, this is the proposed program grid that we have for this coming October 5. This will compose of 130 episodes. There are actually around 160 plus time slots for one channel. What we will do is that each lecture will take around 20 minutes. Then we will have a break of 5 minutes. So this will cover from 7 a.m. up to 7 p.m. The ones highlighted in yellow, those are unique episodes. Ito yung 130. The ones that are highlighted in red are replays. Okay, so this again, currently what we are capable of producing are just the major subject areas. But in January and hopefully earlier, when we ramp up the capabilities of the of the areas outside Metro Manila, we will be able to produce as well for all the major subject areas, covering 220 episodes per week, as well as dubbing into local languages for the K-3. So there are 19 languages under the mother tongue. We still have to plot out among our resources who will be able to cover the 19 languages, but already incorporated in the 130 episodes will be Filipino Sign Language. So we have actually dedicated studio just for putting in Filipino Sign Language into all our video episodes. Now, these are the partner channels that we are already working on finalizing their MOAs with us. We are hoping that they will be finalized by next week. So we have IBC 13, which has an over-the-air channel. They are providing an over-the-air channel. PTV 4, which is most likely going to provide around 4 hours of over-the-air TV. Solar TV is providing us with 1 digital channel. Planet Cable is providing us 1 cable channel. The Philippine Cable and Telecommunications Association, they are already mobilizing their members to provide us between 1 to 3 cable channels each. Signal TV is providing us with 2 satellite TV channels. GSAT, 1 satellite TV channel. Gracia, along with the League of Municipalities, is providing us 1 satellite TV channel, and Mabuhay Pilipinas TV, which the Senator Pacquiao announced, is also going to provide us with 13 TV channels. For the short term, in October 5, what we plan to do, since we cannot maximize yet all of these TV channels, is that we will be airing the program grid in different schedules. So for example, for 1 channel, we will be airing this grid. For another channel, we will be switching the morning schedules to the afternoon, so that if child misses the schedule in the morning, they can view it in the afternoon. So we will be rearranging this program grid so that a child who misses 1 episode can look into the other channels for replays. But in January, we believe that we will be maximizing all of these channels. Just to air actually all the episodes will require at least 2 channels without replays. And then with the K-12 localized languages of having 19 different languages, we're pretty sure that we can we will be needing all the channels that being provided here. Now, in terms of the status of production, we have already commenced with, for week 1, we are at 20%. For week 2, we have already 1 episode each for weeks 2 and 3. We have just, there are already 48 videos already ongoing production, another 20 for each of the weeks up to week 5. Then for radio, we are just building up now our production. What we intend to do in radio, given the time schedules that we have, the first thing that we will do is that all the video lectures, we will be converting them to MP3 formats. So kung hindi kami makahabol sa specific na content for radio production, at least meron tayong audio component from the video productions. Also, we understand that the video lectures were really designed to have a visual interface in their recordings. No? Another approach that we are doing is we are to fast track production is we're making formats similar to what Teleradio is doing. So 1 teacher, essentially there are bullet points that the teacher will look at based on the self-learning modules, and they explain these bullet points. Then there is another teacher who gives comments or asks leading questions so that the teacher can better explain the topic. So we're exploring this kind of modality because this kind of approach, if found to be effective, will be much faster to produce, will require less talent in terms of people who are actually facing the camera. Now, in terms of ensuring quality, this is our workflow process. It's an 18-step process. We learned from the mistakes in August 11 where there were content issues. So there are actually 4 areas where quality assurance is done for content. So the first is, of course, the modules are reviewed by the curriculum strand. Then after the video script is prepared by the teachers, this is reviewed by subject experts from the curriculum strand. Then in the step 10, where there is already an episode made without yet the graphics, this is again checked by by our subject experts. And finally, before mastering or the point of no return, there will be a final review by the teacher broadcasters, by the subject experts, and also by the production staff. Okay, so that ends my presentation, Your Honor.
Thank you, Director. I'll reserve my questions later on, no, because I receive a message that Yusek Mateo also wants to present updates on employees or teachers' welfare. But before that, any questions from the senators? Senator Binay, if you're still there. Kung wala naman po, we'll proceed with Yusek Mateo.
Morning, Senator Win, Mr. Chair. Good morning to all my colleagues and to the other senators. This would just be a short presentation, Mr. Chair, on the employee welfare and safety intervention. If I may share, sandali lang po, just share the... Can you see the presentation?
Not yet po. It's still coming out. Ayan, we can see it already.
Okay. Is it bigger? Is it there? Thank you. On the employee welfare and safety intervention, I will be covering medical examination for teachers. This has been discussed already by Yusek Nepo and Yusek An. Tapos yung prioritization in testing and isolation, the employee assistance on COVID case management, mitigation to reduce transmission, and finally the monetary support and other assistance. Okay, for the medical examination, as made mention earlier, we will be releasing the 500 pesos. This is consistent with the Magna Carta for teachers. And this will be released soon, no, by Yusek An team. On the prioritization in testing and isolation, we are governed by the Department Order Memorandum Number 2020-02580. Kaya nga po si Secretary Briones wrote Secretary Duque and the IATF to recategorize our teachers as frontliners so that they will be given priority to the PhilHealth. On the employee assistance on case management, we have released a lot of infographics as well as releasing some reminders to our human resource management officer to extend assistance to be provided to our personnel and employees. We continue to coordinate with the PhilHealth with regards to the different packages in the Department of Health protocols, particularly the health. On the mitigation to reduce transmission, there is a regular implementation of some key intervention. For example, is the mental and psychosocial support, which is being done through the online orientation webinar sessions. No, this is in partnership with our Disaster Risk Reduction Management Office. And we continue to provide information infographics, as we said, as part of our information campaign. If I'm not mistaken, June, we released the Department Order 11 series of 2020 on alternative work arrangements, as well as the required health standards under Department Order number 14 series of 2020. So I will not dive into the details of this monetary support, but except to say that the salaries and wages and benefits continues to be released by our finance team to the leadership of USEC Ann, as well as the cash allowance for teachers, the hazard pay, which is about 500 per day per person for those covered under the ECQ or MECQ, the annual medical examination. We also discussed with the DOLE, particularly the Employees Compensation Commission, with regards to the other benefits of the teachers and employees. We will soon be releasing, as mentioned by USEC NEPO and USEC Ann, yung World Teachers Day incentive. And finally, this is just a summation of what we have discussed. We continue to update our required health standards consistent with the interagency task force and DOH. We also consistently follow up with that with our human resource management officers on the case management protocols, as well as ensuring complete hygiene supplies and protective equipment. Though we have limited resources, what our USEC Tony did as the lead in the partnership program is to ensure that we also engage our partners to provide us with this hygiene supplies and protective equipment. As I mentioned earlier, the Secretary wrote Secretary Duque about prioritizing our teachers and employees, especially once we open our classes. No? So that's about it, Mr. Chair. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Yusek Jess, and I would like to thank the Department of Education for paying special attention to the welfare of our teachers and our non-teaching staff, putting a lot of effort also in making sure that they are protected, services are available, and support will be assured. This is very important, and for me, there is no debate that they are frontliners, especially when we launch our distance learning modality. Talagang walang kaduda-duda ho, frontliners ho sila, because we also, from the videos and also from my personal experience in observing how distance learning will be implemented, they will be exposed. They will be in contact with our parents. They will be in contact with our communities. And they are the ones preparing all of these things, the materials, the self-learning modules. So there's no doubt that they are frontliners. And I'd like to thank the department and commend the department for their swift action in making sure and assuring the welfare of our teachers and non-teaching staff is not neglected. So we will go deeper into that later on. I have some detailed questions, but with that, I think all of the presentation from DepEd is already complete. Then we open the floor to the senators for any questions. Senator Binay? Kung wala po, I have some basic questions, no, and I will start from the most basic of all, the enrollment. I looked at the enrollment earlier. Our enrollment is 9% down compared to the previous school year. Total enrollment, now we're talking about private and public schools. In fact, if you deduct the transfer of students from public to private, there are about 2.3 million students that are missing in our system, no? And majority of that, I would assume, comes from the private schools. Nevertheless, children is children, no? I don't want to categorize private ka or public ka, because at the end of the day, they're all our children. And would like to ask Yusek Nepo or any from the DepEd family, any action or any plans or strategy to address those 2.3 missing students that did not enroll this year?
Mr. Chair, if I may be...
Yes,
Yeah.
you suggest. Go ahead.
Ang isa pong ginagawa namin, we are pushing also for the alternative learning system as well as the alternative delivery mode. Yan po yung para lang po masiguro na yung mag-aaral natin makapasok. Pero at the end of the day, Mr. Chair, it's really the the decision of the parents. So it's important that we just continue our campaign with the help of media and other partners to convince the parents to enroll their children. Salamat po.
So you suggest may rolling enrollment tayo, continuous enrollment. Meaning
Yes po.
parents can still enroll in their children.
That's correct, Mr. Chair. We have a policy po. Even prior to COVID, there's a policy po for late enrollees. So we do still accept late enrollees even up to November, end of November, since the opening of classes was moved to October 5 po. Under the rule po natin, under the policy natin, as long as they comply with the 80% of the school calendar. Thank you.
And talking about enrollment, this was discussed briefly earlier on. BARM is having serious problems when it comes to enrollment. 30% decrease in their enrollment. In fact, it's double the amount of the next region, which is Region 9. I would like to flag the attention of DepEd. Of course, BARM has its own regional Ministry of Education, but it's working in tandem with the Department of Education. But this is a serious problem because we all know that BARM is the poorest region in our country. It also has the highest poverty incidence as well as hunger incidence. And a decrease in 30% in enrollment is going to create intergenerational problem or intergenerational poverty. Any strategies from the department addressing this decrease in enrollment?
Your Honor, if I may respond.
Yes, Yusek Nepo.
You're correct that we need to, in other words, zero in on the remaining gaps. And you've mentioned among the gaps that is visible, one is with respect to the 50% enrollment in private schools. With respect to ALS, we will expectedly ramp this up as the dust settles with what our final enrollment is, and we'll be able to give some more focus on some of our programs. But it's quite a big number still. If we add with 2 million, the about 400, so that's about 2.4 million, that would still amount to 1.9 million missing students as far as the private schools previous year's enrollment is concerned. The secretary has made mention that it is quite apparent that with respect to the impact on private schools on enrollment, it is the one that is more directly affected by the economic downturn or dislocation, both on the side of the schools, with the schools, some of the schools, private schools giving us notice of a suspension of operations for this coming school year, as well as the enrollment itself. Those are can be interrelated. So I think part of the implication of the radio and TV based would allow for, in effect, an open access learning opportunity, except that it's difficult to now formalize that that learning opportunity, and they may be left behind, not being able to move to the next level. So I think, Your Honor, we will have to focus on the two aspects. One is the BARM, and we are in constant touch with them. They're part of our management committee. Even if they are autonomous, they attend our management committee, and we can give a special session and probably a task group that we can form with BARM. The other is with respect to learning opportunities and see how non-formal education can supplement the formal education side more than ALS actually does. I recall that there was a comment from Senator Pia Cayetano in our briefing with her that we should really get in touch also with the schools that have given us notice that they will stop operations or suspend operations this school year, and really check with them where their students are and also where their teachers are in relation to the Bayanihan 2. In the hope of still being able to do some saving actions for continuity. But just to note that there is also that residual amount based on our historical experience, even under normal circumstances, that the private schools would tend to lag behind in the reporting of enrollment. But obviously at 50% as of this time, that residual increase might not approach the level of the public school. So again, these are among the remaining gaps that the department has to address. And there are others, Your Honors, not just this, but you're correct, BARM, the dislocation in the private school are the two most significant enrollment concerns that we have to have a specific intervention on. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you, Yusek Nepo. Yusek, this is for now. No, we consider this 2.3 million as dropouts, and what is missing in my data is age group are the dropouts, no? Because what we don't want to happen is to have a permanent dislocation of children, and instead of studying, they would permanently just go to work and not quit school. And we all know if you don't finish basic education, your income will be low and your contribution to your family is also very low. So my point of the matter there, Yusek Nepo, is we have to address that 2.3 million missing students. The ALS is a good remedy, definitely, I believe in that. But ALS also has challenges in light of this COVID. I would like to also suggest that to have a continuous enrollment of students and to request our division, especially our principals, to locate proactively those students. I believe that encouraging them to enroll, encouraging them to participate in our education modality will encourage them and give them confidence to bring their children to school, or at least enroll their children and make use of the modalities that are available. So maging proactive ho tayo, because that's the only way we can locate those 2.3. And it's really quite concerning, no? Because we don't want 2.3 million dropouts ending up with no basic education diploma, no? And that's quite concerning in terms of the well-being of our children. The next question is
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Senator Binay.
Siguro just to add to your point, for me very alarming yung 30% sa BARM. Baka maganda din pag-aralan ng DepEd kung ano talaga yung tunay na dahilan kung bakit ganong kalaki. Kasi I don't think it could be dahil sa COVID. Dahil alam naman natin na hindi katulad sa NCR yung case ng BARM. So baka magandang tignan din kung ano yung peculiarities kung bakit hindi nakapag-enroll itong mga kabataan natin sa BARM.
Yusek Nepo.
May I respond, Your Honor?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, we will do that to give a special attention. And as I mentioned, they are part of our management committee. They are represented in our management committee, and we will make that special agenda suggested by the senators. But we are really looking towards that as we, in other words, get the big picture on stream, the bigger portion, and then it's really focusing on these gaps that will require some specialized interventions, Your Honors. And by the way, with respect to the BARM, I can also share that there is a lot of resources and assistance from development agencies, for example, that can be leveraged to assist, because that's a special focus also by our development partners. So probably it's just a matter, as mentioned by the Honorable Senator Binay, that it's really a diagnostics challenge in terms of what really is the root cause of such a big disparity, which might actually lead us to a root cause of even pre-COVID situation, because that has historically, with respect to enrollment and participation rates, already been lagging as it is. So it's really about really coming up with a good diagnostics on the root cause so that it can be addressed more decisively, Your Honors.
Thank you. Attorney Arap, you want to say anything?
Yeah, good morning po, Chairman, and to the members of the committee and the other resource persons, also the official from DepEd. Magandang umaga po. Just would like to comment also on the data presented on the part of the private education sector, particularly on the enrollment, and some concerns, if I may be allowed, Chair, briefly lang po.
Yes, go ahead, Attorney. Briefly lang, and then later on, I'll give you time to present the findings for the private school. But just to continue this topic, you can proceed.
Yeah, yung pong ating po kasing enrollment ngayon is around 2 million lang, compared to 4.3 million last year. But even in the previous years, napakababa na po ng participation rate ng private schools in terms of enrollment. So last year po, nasa mga 15% na lang tayo of the total enrollment in basic education in the country. And that is actually very low na po . And we've been raising that issue for the longest time. Kasi po yung, if we're really trying to maintain complementarity, that is really very low. Lalo pa pong bumaba ngayon, no? Yung naging 2 million na lamang from the 4.3 million last year. And also not included in the presentation are also the students who migrated to the public school system. As of last hearing po natin, yung July 27, if I'm not mistaken, nasa 400,000 po yung data from DepEd. I'm sure it increased. 400,000 students transferring to the public school system. And also, it was reported in the media. We're trying to verify this with the DepEd also. Nung last September 9, binalita po from DepEd sources, 440 schools already closed. Majority of this elementary education. And this increased further. Just a matter of 5 days noong September 14, nag-release po ulit ng data ang DepEd, 865 private schools suspended or closed, suspended operations or closed, no? Pero hindi po malinaw kung voluntary yun or involuntary. But based on media interviews of Yusek Mateo, combination of factors. Aside from economic reasons, ang binanggit po doon is hindi daw po nakapag-comply ang mga private schools sa minimum standards or requirements of DepEd on learner management systems and other requirements for modular distance learning. No? Yun po ay nasasaad po sa DepEd Order 13 Series of 2020 at further amended ng DO 17 series of 2020. Ito po ay nirelease lamang ng June 24, no? Halos ano yan, may mga nakapagbukas na po ng mga eskwelahan. So gusto ko lang pong ipaalam po sa inyo ano pong sentimiento ng ating mga private schools, no? Unang-una po, if we're talking about trying to save them, probably we can start, kung hindi po natin kaya yung economic intervention at this point, maybe we can start in terms of policy intervention. Nananawagan po kami ever since na sana po yung policy is less regulatory but supportive. Napapansin po namin, with all due respect, is very focused po ang ating support sa public school system, pero sa private sector wala po. Again, we are under one education system which includes the private sector. Yung pong sa policy intervention, a very concrete example is the issuance of DepEd Order 13 series of 2020. Ito po yung mga requirements sa private schools before they can continue offering online and distance learning. Ito po ang sentimento ng mga membro po namin, no? Ang sa kanila po, kapag dahil ito po ay ini-stricto na pagpapatupad, sabi po dito ay non-negotiable requirements. At sinabi na nga rin po ni Yusek Mateo, maraming hindi po nakapagbukas dahil hindi po nakapag-comply dito. Ang sentimento po ng mga schools, why would the private schools be subjected to such requirements if this will not even be complied in the public school system? In other words, meron pong double standards. So ang hinihingi lang po nila is leniency, supportive policy for us to continue. Kasi 865 na po yung nagsara eh. So what will we do with them? If we're really trying to implement or operationalize complementarity in education, I think this is really also very alarming. Are we allowing the disappearance, no, of or vanishing of the private education sector? Because when we also talk about choice of the parents, yes, I understand that it is the choice of the parents to send their children to school or not. And if they decide to send their children to school, part of the choice is whether they would like to send them to the public or the private school system. But if we are limiting that choice, no, because we are not giving them the opportunity, and in some instances we are encouraging them, no, that instead of staying in the private schools where they prefer, they have the option ALS, that's not even formal education, or going to the public school system, that is not a choice, that is compulsion. Many of our students and parents still prefer to stay in the private schools, but without the needed support, they are constrained, no? The choice of not sending their kids to school or just sending them in the public school system. And lastly, meron po kasi ngayon sentimento sa aming sector, there is low confidence in the online and distance learning. Wala pong the private education sector thrives on innovation, no? Because admittedly mas meron po kaming ganong functions sa private education sector than the public school system under one DepEd system. Pero ngayon po na-eliminate na yon. There is very low confidence. Why? Kasi po sinasabi is online cannot be rolled out. So ang sentimento po ng mga parents ngayon, total naman walang difference between the public and the delivery in the private sector. They'd rather not that enroll, no, or freeze na lang, or walang difference even if they can afford to send their children to the private schools. Again, yun po sanang hinihingi namin kung ano po sanang concrete na tulong, not in terms of tulong sa estudyante na mag-enroll na lang sa public school if they cannot afford to stay in the private sector, but in terms of how they can stay where they prefer to enroll, and also yung pong how do we stop also schools from closing down. 865 na po. Yun po ang gusto namin sanang malaman from the Department of Education. And this is already urgent. Para pong kanina implied is patatapusin mo na enrollment, let's see how it goes, then we move on to the other issues. Pero sa amin po, this is also urgent. No? Our sector is a dying sector. Senator and Chair, this is our appeal from the private education sector. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you.
Honorable Chair, if I
Yes,
may
sir.
respond.
Yusek, before you respond, no, let me just continue that on that track. No, I read also in the reports that 865 private schools temporarily closed, and there are about 4,400 teachers that were affected because of that closure, and also 58,000 students were also affected because of that closure. I'm very concerned with this lives, no. Of course, the schools are very important, but of course, the students and also the teachers and non-teaching staffs are also gravely affected by the closure. So we'd like to also throw that to DepEd and see what DepEd is what DepEd has in mind in addressing those displaced teachers and displaced students.
Your Honor, if I may just respond a little on the backtrack on the support that we have given. We have really and the Secretary is very serious about her framework on really supporting the complementarity. In fact, even pre-COVID, she has made mention of the salary differential already on the from the public and private school and its impact on the level of share of the private schools with respect to the public schools, without necessarily having a policy direction of the public school really taking over the entirety of basic education. I think that's very clear policy direction of the Secretary. And in fact, it can be seen in how we have responded to the private schools matter with respect to this school opening. The first is we have been very consistent, even if the law, Your Honor, as you know, that granted or that provided the president the authority to defer the school opening. And it is unequivocal there in that law that it will apply equally to public, international schools and private schools. We really went out of our way to speak with the Office of the Executive Secretary to allow for the carve out of the opening of classes, not necessarily to coincide with October 5, but any time ahead, provided that there is that readiness. And we know the implication of any further deferment on the part of the private schools, because they both have to pay their teachers as well as rely on the tuition fee. The second, with respect to the department order that was mentioned by Attorney Estrada with respect to readiness requirements, we have relaxed that after our discussion with them. I recall that what we need also from our private schools are some concrete proposals given their understanding of their situation with respect to the assistance to displaced teachers. It's on record that the Secretary raised that several times with the IATF when we were not able to get it during the development of the Bayanihan 2 bill. We submitted the same position to the Office of the Executive Secretary, also on record on that, and we are very happy with the inclusion of components in Bayanihan 2 with respect to the private school. We heard the one of the proposals of Attorney Estrada with respect to expanding the voucher system, but Yusek Ann has already made mention of the limitations on this as well. So it's there's a financial component of that. So we will certainly be very attentive to any concrete suggestions that we can work with respect to the private schools. It is really difficult to especially because the conditions are something that is more familiar with the private schools. That we are open to such a process whereby we can have more concrete proposals that we can evaluate, aside from what we would be able to do from our end. And I think it's on record that we have responded to many of their positions specific to this opening of the school year. Thank you, Your Honor.
Senator
Chair?
Binay? Yes, Senator Binay.
Siguro
Senator
just
Binay.
yes, thank you. Just for clarification, kay Attorney Erap, when you mentioned low confidence on online learning, what do you mean by that?
Okay. Senator, aside from the reports that we are receiving is that aside from economic difficulties, even those who are able or capable to send their children to continue education, they'd rather not, no, because they don't believe in the quality of the remote delivery of education, or especially online. There's very low encouragement for that. No? I think that's the
No
general
encouragement for parents.
for
No
parents.
encouragement for parents. Not
Yeah.
DepEd. Parang hindi nagiging policy ng DepEd not to promote online learning.
Yeah, I think yun po ang impliedly yun po ang yun ang mga sentimiento ng mga magulang at mga parents, kasi ang discussion lagi is modular and online is it's not for everyone, a low connectivity issue. And so ibig sabihin yung those that can actually implement this because they've been doing this for the longest time, pati sila affected po, no? So aside from economic difficulties, low confidence on innovation and online learning, because of that. And as I've mentioned also in the last hearing, marami po tayong private schools, yung obviously mga hindi po nagsara. They're ready, they're well-trained teachers, but they are underutilized or they are also facing closure. So sayang po Andyan po yung kaya po nanawagan kami na kung maaari.
And nirahik Attorney Erap, yung mga private schools, ang modality talaga nila is pure online
Karamihan po sa kanila. That's actually the
Meron bang
preferred.
blended sa private schools?
Meron din po. Depending on their school community and capabilities po of the school. But I would say it is really the preferred. Kasi I think ang observation is sustainability-wise, mas mahirap pong i-sustain yung modular kasi yung printing of materials, merong mobility of teachers, may disinfection pa yan, and eventually mas magastos po. And mas safe kung pag-usapan pa rin natin yung health and security, preferred pa rin po yung online. Kaya pinipilit po nilang yun po ay magawa po nila. Yeah.
Just to share to the committee as a parent, diba? So I have 2 kids. Well, my kids purely online sila ngayon And based on my experience, how I wish maging ganun ang modality online in light of this COVID problem. Kasi kahit paano, for me, less disruption for the kids kasi meron silang interaction with the teachers, may interaction sila with their fellow students na mawawala yan pagdating dun sa other modality na bibigyan ng learning materials kung saan walang interaction with the teacher. Una-una, di ba, alam naman natin, hindi lahat ng bata kaya yung independent learning. Kailangan meron pa rin, nandiyan pa rin si teacher na nag-guide sa kanila. And dun sa online na modality, nandun pa rin yung ganong interaction. Yun nga lang, problema palagi yung connectivity, but more or less the concept of teaching is there. Yun lang, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair?
Senator,
Yes,
Chair.
you suggest? Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, just an additional information kasi kanina ni Attorney Erap about the number of those schools na magsasarado. No? Sila po yung nag-express nito. Out of the 865 schools that will not offer, ang sinite lang dahilan, 374 schools cited as low enrollment. 333 due to COVID-19 pandemic, and then only 35 due to financial status. Those who cited that school is not ready is only 25 po out of the 865. And if you break it down by offering, curricular opening, as you made mention, Mr. Chair, 79% of that 865 are pure elementary schools. Samantalang yung junior high school, pure junior high school, 2.6 lang. Pure senior high school, it's at 5.7. And then the both offering junior high and senior high is at 1.3, elementary to junior high at 7.6. I think the point of this information is that the GASPE program only covers both junior high school and senior high school. How we wish nga that it will include the elementary, but then again, yung limited resources natin po and fiscal space. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Yusek Tony.
Opo. Mr. Chair, una po sa lahat, we would like to affirm to our Attorney Erap and our Private Schools Association and all our private schools which are all our partners, as it is not only enshrined in the law but also under the Constitution, yung sinasabi niya pong complementary role at yung kanya pong nabanggit ni Attorney Era po na sana matutukan ano ba ang mga magandang polisiya para masiguro na ang mga bata ay manatili sa pribadong paaralan kung nais man nilang manatili dito at mapigilan ang pagsara ng mga paaralan ay talaga pong parating pinag-uusapan po namin ito. We could assure all of them. And in fact, we would like to again affirm what our USEC po mentioned na kaya nga po sa Bayanihan Law 2 may mga pumasok po. Of course, the private school associations also made very proactive representations before Congress at ang ating po mga mambabatas tulad po ng ating Senator Win ang nauna kaya po nagkaroon ng subsidiya sa paaralan sa mga displaced teachers at sa mga bata sa Bayanihan Law 2. Yung binanggit po ni Attorney Erap, Mr. Chair, yung DO number 13, binanggit din po niya na may DO 17. Practically, Mr. Chair, yung sinasabi po natin mga requirements na medyo mahigpit sa DO 13, this was effectively suspended until the end of December this year. At ang tanging hinihiling na lamang po natin at alam po yan ng lahat ng mga pampribadong paaralan, kaya nga po sila nakapagpatuloy ng kanilang unang araw ng pasukan, ay yung mga nirekomenda rin po nila, galing din po sa Private School Association, na sana dito na lamang ang hanapin nyo muna. At yan po yung kanilang School Learning Continuity Plan, yung kanila pong kalendaryo, at yung kanilang Minimum Health Standards Protocol. Yun na lamang muna ang hiningi namin, Mr. Chair. Yung ibang requirements, ang usapan, let's see kung may kakayanan kayong mag-satisfy nito. Tingnan natin, and the same way na we were very flexible at yung una pong agam-agam na medyo stricto yung DO 13, kaya po may DO 17 na inuulit po namin ay resulta na rin po yung bago nating hiningi rito, but of course we still have to work on the other requirement until end of December, Mr. Chair, ay patunay po na talagang tayo po ay tumutugon sa abot ng ating makakaya sa sitwasyon po ng ating mga pampribadong paaralan. Ang ating Ma'am Liling Briones po ang nag-utos dyan, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, sorry po, na tingnan po nga itong hinaing ng ating mga private school. Kaya nga nagkaroon ng DO 17. Bukod po dyan, nais ko pong ibahagi na ang ating Ma'am Liling Briones, meron na po talaga kaming nakakasa dapat na DO. Kaya lang na antala lamang dahil sa COVID-19 on how to deal with the migration of private school teachers mula sa pampribadong paaralan na nagpupunta sa pampublikong paaralan. Kaya lang, hindi na po ito muna naituloy dahil nga po sa sitwasyon na ating pong kinakapalooban. At marami pa pong mga bagay at we look forward to another dialogue. Sinabi na po yan ng ating Ma'am Liling Briones with our private school associations para po mapakinggan po muli yung mga bagong issue at lalong-lalo na sa usapin po ng Bayanihan Law 2 po siguro. Maraming pong salamat, Mr. Chair.
You can respond briefly, Attorney Erap, and then Doris, on this topic. Attorney Erap, nakamute ka.
The Tony. But I just want to relay na hindi naman po absolutely ni-relax yung provision. I just want to relay, ito po ay talagang actual comment from our affected schools. Ang hindi po na-extend ng compliance is number one, certification na yung mga teachers have trained in the learning modalities and online. Napakahirap po niyan kasi sa DepEd public school teachers nga po wala pa pong report na full training ng lahat ng teachers nila. Ganon din po ang problem sa private school. So hindi po marami pong di nakapag-comply noon. Yung pong consultation and agreement with the parents on tuition and other fees. So instead of creating that problem and trouble, hindi na nga nakapag-consult, walang nagkaroon ng agreement, hindi po sila nakapagpatuloy. Those are just some, meron pa pong iba na mga hindi na-extend doon. So yun po ang gusto nilang iparating kasi po yung nakalagay sa order ng DepEd, the purpose of evaluating readiness is to provide the necessary intervention and support. Pero hindi po maliwanag in terms of ano po yung concrete support na po yun na hinihintay. Again, we continue to work with the Department of Education on the economic intervention and support, and budget is really the number one constraint. Pero po sana yung may mga low-hanging fruits, yung mga madali naman po sa in terms of policy to be more inclusive, sana po ma-allow naman po kami ng konting relaxation for this period. Lastly po, kinder on elementary. Baka po inisip natin yung kinder na mag-grade 1, konti lang po yun. Marami po yun. Nasa 400,000 po sila yung first batch ng 2015. Again, I reiterate this because of a policy of DepEd on the birth date. Marami pong hindi makakapag-grade 1 next year. Pero last year po, mabilis lang po ito. Last year po, ang policy po ng DepEd, kapag ang birth date po ng bata, kapag ang school opening po nila ay July, the schools can allow their kinder to enroll kahit ang birthday po nila is up to September 30. So pero ngayon po, this year, marami pong hindi nakapag-grade 1 pero kinder last year. Kasi po ang sinasabi is dapat hanggang August 31 sila nag 6 years old. Pero may policy po last year na tinanggap po sila eh. So marami po rin yan. Kung sasabihin po natin, konti lang. But I think it will also help in increasing and encouraging more to enroll. Rather, kasi ito po yung mga gustong pumasok at mag-enroll at may capability. But policies prohibit them from continuing. So kami po, we will continue to dialogue with DepEd and the appropriate offices. But I just want to also to be transparent and report the actual situation from the private education sector. Maraming salamat po ulit, Senator.
Yeah, we recognize Doris.
Good morning, Senator Gatchalian, and to all the members of the Senate Committee on Basic Education. So I'd like to respond to the issue of low enrollment. And as was presented by DepEd, we have like 2 million students are missing. If we had 4 million last year, private side, and only 2 million have enrolled, 400,000 have moved, we're still looking for those students. Now, when we look at the breakdown, we see that for junior high school, there are only 700,000 to date who have enrolled. Private side. For senior high, about another 700,000. Compare that to last year's grantees. We had 1.1 million ESC grantees versus the 700,000 who have enrolled as of this time. For senior high, we had 1.3 million grantees last year, as opposed to 700,000 who have enrolled at this time. Meaning, even those who can be eligible as grantees are not even at junior high school and senior high school. So to us, this is very disturbing. Now, we've seen that at K-6, the decline is really very serious, but we have to understand there are no subsidy programs at K-6. But where there are subsidy programs, even the total enrollment at this time will not even equal the number of slots that we have for ESC and the voucher program. Therefore, USEC NEPA was saying, what are our concrete proposals? We have submitted this to DepEd, and USEC GES have been in discussions with us on this matter. We were suggesting that for this year, as a special provision for ESC, we should allow recruitment of grantees at grades 8, 9, and 10. Because as it is, we can see that the students are not there. Only 700,000 have enrolled, and we have slots for 1.1 million as of last year. So if we can allow grades 8, 9, 10 to enroll, and we will come up with a school selection mechanism to do this, then we'll be attracting students to the private junior high schools. Last August 24, about 80% of gospel schools have already started operations. Therefore, we'll have to urgently approve this so that we can still, invite our students to come back to junior high school because there are ESC slots. For senior high schools, the same case. you only have 700,000 enrolled, but you have about 1.3 million grantees last year. So we're actually also even concerned about the unutilized GASPE budget, which we think should only be utilized still for private schools. Therefore, we also submitted last week another proposal to increase the amount of the ESC and increase the amount of the voucher so that, again, we incentivize the parents to allow their students or enroll their students in the private schools. The programs are in place. That's why even if, there's Bayanihan too, and we're very happy about this, but the GASPE programs are in place. Therefore, all we have to do is fill out those slots, incentivize the parents and the families to send their children to junior high schools and senior high schools, private side, because there are subsidy programs which are already budgeted and which have been legislated. So we've submitted this.
Yeah, Doris, but I'm quite surprised, no? Because despite the subsidy program being given by government, there is very low enrollment. So obviously, it's beyond the subsidy because the subsidy is there, no? And the parents will just have to avail of that subsidy. From your analysis, why is it that way? Why do we have low enrollment beside the subsidies, despite the subsidies?
Yeah, we've said this many times before. The ESC amount of 9,000 for non-highly urbanized, 11,000 for highly urbanized, and 13,000 for NCR is not very attractive for families to allow their children to enroll in private junior high schools. So now that there's an economic downturn for all households, again, you don't have, you will not allocate more funds for the schooling of your children. And in effect, it is really the non-elite mission private schools who are hard hit because these are the C, D, and E families, and their children, cannot even afford the top up that is being required of them because 9, 11, 13,000 are very small. We've said this in the past. We've had a study on this. In fact, this should be now going up to 13,000, 15,000, 16,000. But it's always a question of fiscal space. But now we've proven that fact, right? That, even with the subsidy, it is not attractive enough for some households to send their children to private junior high schools. So the proposals have been submitted to DepEd on the costing that we have done for both junior high and senior high. And we also said as a special provision, because ESC is only, as a policy, you would start at grade 7. But we suggested that for this year, as a special provision, we should have grantees at 8, 9, and 10. Kasi kung noon may pera, ang mga pamilyang yan, ngayon wala na rin, may problema na rin sila. Therefore, they should be allowed to be grantees, even at the upper grade levels. So these are the proactive steps that we have taken and are in consultations with the Department of Education.
I'll segue, because Yusek Nepo, I'll segue first, because and Senator Binay knows about this. In Bayanihan, there are explicit funds, to help our displaced teachers and non-teaching staff. There is an allocation of 300 million for displaced teaching and non-teaching staff. There's also a 600 million subsidies for qualified students, both in public and private schools. And there's a 4 billion to assist DepEd in the implementation of digital education, alternative learning modalities, and even self-learning modules. So my question to DepEd is, have we operationalized this? These are all education-related funds that obviously we need to use it ASAP, because these are all funds that can help boost enrollment and stabilize the issues among our private schools. So I'd like to ask Yusek Nepo or Yusek Ann, have we operationalized these funds inside Bayanihan 2?
Before Yusek Ann responds to that, I just want, if with the permission of the chair.
Go ahead po.
We do not want to sound like we are arguing with the private schools. What was submitted, as mentioned, was last week, and I'm sure our GASPE team is working on those expansion. Of course, if there's a fund, if there are beneficiaries that are available, I am sure that that will be favorably acted upon by the department. Sometimes it's not a, you suggest is more familiar with the process, and I'm sure that they are working on that. With respect to the amount of subsidy, there's a trade-off there. Obviously, the trade-off is when you increase it, then it means also a reduction in the size. So ultimately, if we want to both increase the amount of subsidy and the size, then it also means increasing as well the aggregate amount, and that is where, as mentioned, a fiscal consideration, because there are so many demands, and in fact, if only the department and USEC Ann would have her proposal to DBM favorably acted upon, that's already, I think, more than 1 trillion that they submitted. But that's a reality. I mean, I'm just saying it probably with some lightness, but that's the reality, that there is just not sufficient fund to accommodate both an increase in amount as well as an expansion. In fact, we had, Your Honor, these trade-offs and the demands of policy. The first dislocation that happened with respect to the budget for the voucher system was another education in a measure, which is the free tertiary education. And we had to contribute to that. And one of the contributions was already an adjustment with respect to the voucher system, putting it in 2 tranches, with the commitment then that it will be restored the following year. But then again, it is not as easy. The restoration is not as easy. And now we will have another cyclical deficit, in the sense that it will be halved again to accommodate more. But then it becomes a cyclical deficit for the voucher system on the part of the entire national government. So yes, we will take it favorably within our capacities, and I don't think that we are debating or arguing with our private school partners. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, you suggest.
Yeah, just on the Bayanihan Act, particularly on the provision for affected personnel. Kasi it includes not only basic education but also tertiary. And in fact, it will involve an interagency conversation. Just this morning, I had a conversation with Dole about the displaced workers. No? So we need to fine tune, but safe to say that 300 million is very limited. The question now is how much will DepEd get from the 300 million, and how much will CHED get from the 300 billion? So we made some numbers crunching. If it's 50-50, we have several options po, Mr. Chair, with regards to the amount to be provided. But then again, the crucial issue really is that how much will go to basic ed and how much will go to CHED. Thank you.
But we need to operationalize that. You suggest ASAP, no? I know
Apo.
the 300 and 600 is sigurado ako it will not be enough, no? But
Yes.
at least there is something for the 865 private schools that temporarily closed. No, I would assume that these funds will address this type of occurrences. No? So sana ma-operationalize na ho yan, Yusek, because we need it ASAP. But the 4 billion is exclusive for DepEd. No? There's a 4 billion amount there. And may I know the status of this 4 billion on the operationalization?
Mr. Chair, this
Yes,
is
I
Anthony.
can.
Opo. Right now, we're waiting for the official communication on specifically from DBM, because before we start to plan, we have to find out the real funds The availability of funds first. We noticed that in the law, the last provision says that all of these should come from the GAA 2020. And we are not sure if what they mean by that is the GAA 2020 of each of the agency. Definitely, if they are expecting 4 billion inside DepEd's budget, we do not have that such amount. So we have to coordinate, and I think DBM has to give us the official communication whether how much of the 4 billion is really funded. We all know some of the laws are really, we call unfunded laws. And we cannot really make a guideline or an implementation plan unless the funding is assured. So we are waiting for the call from DBM so that we can finally find out if the 4 billion first is available. When will this be available? It will affect planning, of course. And I think we have to be reminded that the availability of fund for GAA 2020 is until end of December, and that the Bayanihan Law is also effective until December 19, I believe. So all of this should happen, including procurement. And if they are expecting for DepEd to implement that 4 billion that requires procurement, because I think in the provision, there's a provision for digital education, SLMs, and the rest. This requires procurement, and this requires logistics for the department. So, Mr. Chair, we are really happy. We welcome this additional funding, but I think it's DBM that we should first check. DBM has to assure us that there is indeed additional 4 billion. And then for that, we will have to, well, ready naman po kasi meron na kami nakalagay na mga funding requirement for BELCP. Yung pinakita po namin na mga strategies on how to continue the education already has the scenarios, and we can draw out from those scenarios and choose or prioritize. Magiging problema natin dito, just to be honest, Mr. Chair, is that yung mapipili, because we cannot provide for everyone. If we will provide for everyone, for example, laptop for teacher, we were asking 27 billion. So kung yan po ay para sa laptop ng teacher, then we will have to prioritize. If we will have to use it for the self-learning modules, then we also have to find out sino po ang mabibigyan lamang. But as I said, we are ready with the scenarios, but we are waiting for the DBM's call so that we can start with the implementation. Yun po yung sa 4 billion, Mr. Chair.
Well, Yusekan, itong 4 billion is a part and parcel ito ng 165 billion, of which it was assured to Congress and the Senate that after reviewing the fiscal space, kung ano yung matitira doon, 165 ang assurance na pwedeng i-realign, no? And that's why a lot of legislators lobbied for different types of support, and 4 billion yung pumunta sa DepEd. I'm sure this will not be enough for sure, no? But I would suggest to start already thinking about the prioritization, because mas mahirap nga pag kulang dahil you have to prioritize. But I would suggest, strongly suggest, to allocate that to our teachers, no? Because investing in technology, especially technology that our teachers can use, they can use that even after COVID. No? So I would strongly suggest to allocate the 4 billion to digital education for the use of our teachers. So
we strongly agree, Mr. Chair.
Yes. And yes, Senator Binay.
Since na pag-usapan yung digital technology, I just noticed dun sa presentation ni Yusek Nepo kanina, parang hindi na pag-usapan yung online, yung something similar to a Zoom meeting, parang walang ganung pinrovide na content. Kasi diba, may TV, may printed materials, pero wala yung, kunyari, Zoom sessions. Parang hindi ata nabanggit kung ano yung magiging content. Or paano yung proseso sa ganong sistema.
Yusek Nepo, you want to take that question?
Yes, Your Honor. I think I would defer to USEC San Antonio with respect to the learning delivery. As far as I know, there was issued some ideal number of maximum hours for the online, if online is available. But I think the norm now in this first quarter is that the online TV and radio are supplementary. But as I mentioned, towards the subsequent quarter, for example, NCR has given us a strong indication that there is greater capability for the online in the subsequent quarters. But with respect to our online platform, as I mentioned and as mentioned by USEC Tony, although the focus of the presentation of Director Abram with respect to DepEd Commons is also with ICTS. So we would like to request them to provide an update. But what from the DepEd Commons, just the basics are that we will be uploading to the DepEd Commons our self-learning modules in digital format. There are two formats there. One is the flat PDF, as they call it, and the other one is an interactive format of the same self-learning modules. These are to be uploaded as per agreement at the Learning Resources and Platforms Committee on a 2-week advance basis. So every 2 weeks worth of advanced learning resources shall be uploaded there and accessible to the students. And hopefully, as mentioned by Attorney Estrada earlier, that there needs to be a big cultural shift among our parents and learners about the digital platform as a learning platform rather than just for entertainment and information. So I think there is a communication aspect there to expand the use of the online either synchronous or asynchronous platform, because as mentioned by the Senator, by Senator Binay earlier, there is a lot of functionalities that are made available through the online format with respect to the interaction both among the students as classmates and with the teacher that is not available with the printed self-learning module. So even some limited hours, probably not a pure online as the private schools are able to do, and probably only for selected schools in the Department of Education. But even a component of the blended learning with synchronous online will be very helpful, including for assessment purposes, checking feedback, direct interaction among the classmates and the students. So, but with respect to the details, Your Honor, I would defer to USEC DADS as to the delivery. And probably this is also an area where we need to have as resource persons, teachers in subsequent updates to the committee. Because then from a general policy of blended learning, we really need the inputs of teachers on their direct experience and challenges, Your Honor. Thank you.
Siguro,
Mr. Chair.
siguro, parang katulad sa COVID testing, di ba? Yung PCR is the gold standard. I think yung online learning, for example, yung Zoom sessions, yung classroom sessions sila will be transformed through Zoom sessions. Kumbaga, dapat yun yung iniin natin na gold standard for our public school students. Kasi ito talaga yung pinakamalapit dun sa face-to-face type of learning na hindi natin pwedeng magawa ngayon inside the classroom. Pero through Zoom sessions, pwede. Nakikita ko, I mean, based from my experience, ilang weeks na rin na pumapasok yung mga anak ko. Ang kulang na lang talaga yung physical na kasama nila yung teacher nila tsaka yung classmates nila. But in terms of yung learning, pati nga PE, nagagawa nila online. Nagkakaroon sila ng PE, may art classes sila with their teacher and their classmates. So, kumbaga, may mas close siya dun sa what is normal compared, I guess, kung bibigyan lang natin sila ng printed material. At di ba alam din naman natin na marami ng LGUs ngayon ang namimigay ng tablet. And marami rin ang nagpa-fundraising para mabigyan yung mga estudyante ng either laptops or tablet. Pero dun sa materials at saka yung kung paano natin magkakaroon sila ng scenario kung saan pwede nga silang mag-Zoom sessions. Parang hindi doon papunta yung direction ng DepEd and parang mas nagko-concentrate talaga doon sa printed at independent type of learning.
Mr. Chair.
Just very quickly, Mr. Chair, I just want to clarify na yung part po ng contextualization, it is not a policy direction that we would not want to go into the online. In fact, we wanted that, but that's why the learner enrollment and survey form. And if you will hear the secretary, that was one of our in effect come upons because the initial thinking really, and this is where the cultural aspect is one, and then the household capacity is another. And then there's also the teacher aspect that is there, is that the use of technology has also a not just, it has a mix of capacity issue as well as a preference issue by the households, and that is something that we need to address. But we would like to assure the good senator that that is as far as the direction of really using technology. In fact, we hope that the committee can look at one dry run that we have in Sarangani of an IP community, not internet-based because they don't have connectivity, but the technology innovation that was presented was a local area network, so that the students had the capacity, as mentioned by the senator, for digital interaction, even not connected to to the internet. And certainly these are the innovations. And in fact, as I mentioned, I did not want to preempt the secretary in her presentation to the Senate, as she did yesterday in the House, is she's already looking at the future of education beyond the COVID times. And the innovations really is a mix, as mentioned by the senator, of strong technology-assisted learning delivery. So
Chair.
we just want to make that assurance, Your Honor.
Yeah, ayaw lang natin masayang dahil marami ng LGU ang nag-invest dun sa pag-provide ng either tablets or laptop, tapos hindi naman din pala nila magagamit kasi ang push pa din is towards the printed materials.
Yeah, Chairman.
Your Honor, one last, sorry. Magagamit po dahil, as I mentioned, yung NCR as have already given us that they would make that shift. Of course, yung delivery po ng gadgets ay hindi din talaga in-anticipate na aabot doon sa originally August 24. There were also some procurement and distribution issues. But once they are available, and as I mentioned at the beginning of our presentation, that we would like to rationalize the dependence on the printed modules as the capacity comes in for digital learning, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair.
Or yung mga teachers ba natin, let's say for example, I think sa NCR kayang-kaya itong mga Zoom sessions eh. Kasama na ba sa training ng NCR teachers yung paggamit? For example, are we going to use yung Google Classroom? Kasama ba yon? Kasi katulad na nabanggit mo, I think yung NCR in terms of connectivity pwede. Kasama ba yun dun sa module na gagawin nyo?
Yes, Your Honor. In fact, again, it is with the ICTS, but they are developing a learning management system. At this point, we're also wanting to note that we've had a number of discussions with the publishing industry that are already crossing over in their presentations between the printed and the digital format, particularly for the third and fourth quarter. So it's a dynamic school year. The first quarter, there was really some default mode on the making sure that the students have something to have in the printed modules, but that does not mean, Your Honor, that it is purely on self-learning modules in the printed format. The understanding is that it will be a blended delivery, and the intensity of the non-printed format will certainly increase by the second quarter, Your Honor. And that's why our suggestion is that we can invite some of our field units to give more flesh to the operationalization of this at the class level, Your Honors. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
We recognize Attorney Erap and then Yusek Tony.
Yeah, Chairman, in the last hearing po, we requested, the COCOPEA requested for a mapping from DepEd of the regions showing the modality, the delivery modality, especially po kung ilan po yung online, ano pong regions yung mag-implement ng online, and alin po yung hindi. We were requesting that so that we can also see saan po pwedeng mag-cater yung mga private schools, no? Kasi po online ang delivery nila. Saan po yung mga regions where we can come in, and hopefully DepEd can help also to disseminate that information to the parents that should they prefer online, dapat po, pwede po silang pumunta sa mga private schools. At kasi po based on consultations, ang mga sinasabi po ng mga DepEd regions, they prefer modular. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, pati po yung NCR, Senator Nancy, sinabi po nila they will not do online. So I think this is an area where we can really implement complementarity. Kasi po sa amin, ang problem namin, we have online, which is the preferred mode. We believe that is the preferred mode. Kaya lang po, underutilized or unutilized. Yung pong sinasabi po na nagkaroon ng survey at ang preferred modality ng students in the public schools ay modular. I think yun po ay, if I would say, compelled choice. Kasi nga po, based on their circumstance, they don't have gadgets, they don't have connectivity, they would say they prefer na modular na lang. But I think if given the chance to receive, to really have a realistic choice, no? Kung makakapunta sila sa private school using government subsidy for online, I think they would prefer that. Again, would like to reiterate our request, yung pong mapping of the regions in terms of modality delivery, so we can complement yung initiatives po ng government in that respect. Salamat.
Mr. Chair, opo, on that in that request of our attorney ERAP, we should have submitted the contextualized regional basic education learning continuity plan, which should capture that information as to which type of learning the delivery modality ang ginagamit po ng bawat rehiyon, bawat division, dapat nandoon po. So we will try to give a copy of that to Attorney Erap too. At tapos po, Mr. Chair, quick updates on online-based learning modality plus the status of training of our teachers as manifested by our Senator Nancy. Our Director Abram is ready to make that quick presentation po, Mr. Chair.
This is on online learning?
Opo, pati po updates sa training ng mga guru po natin.
Sige po.
Thank you po.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, if I may. So, allow me to present for now the status of the teacher training. No? So this was a status report that we made way back in June. So around 237,000 at that time was trained.
May I make a comment before we move on to the next speaker? I was just waiting for the discussion to end. But
Yes, we recognize Senator Pia.
thank you. Just a moment lang, Director, no? I just want to weigh in on the discussion on online-based learning or blended mode. Mr. Chair, from what I know, the mayors of Metro Manila meet regularly, at least once a week or even more. And many of the cities that have invested in tablets have still ended up using modular, more of the blended type. Because even in NCR, even the most cities, no, including Taguig City, that have funding to do this, the connectivity is really an issue, really an issue. So I join my colleagues and I think everyone here that should be the end goal. I'm always reminding DepEd to prepare for the future, whether it's 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, but we are really not ready for it right now. So those who have invested in the digital technologies have found that wala rin talagang connectivity for most of their constituents. We can verify that with the Mayor's League, I'm sure, of NCR, but I understand that because I try to coordinate regularly with some of the mayors, and this is their common how do I put it, conclusion after all this. Kasi nga yung iba nag-invest pero hindi rin nagagamit ng karamihan ng kanilang constituents dahil kulang sa constituents. So, Mr. Chair, may I suggest, and I would be happy to join you as a co-chair to co-chair a hearing to really sit down with the DICT on the connectivity issue. And it would be great for COCOTEC to step in, but those are really just stopgap measures, di ba? At the end of the day, without this connectivity, yung investments natin in technologies would be limited. Yes, we can load material on that. That would be one option. DepEd can continue to develop the materials and then it can be uploaded for those who have invested. Pero iba yun. That's not online. That's not online anymore. That's uploading it to the digital technologies and they use it on their own. They have to be guided separately on that. So yun Mr. Chair. Kasi sayang lang naman kasi I know we keep going back and forth on this. But that really is the situation. I am not aware of any other situation. And obviously, lalamang yung NCR, di ba? Anything beyond NCR, mas choppy pa ang connections. So that's why limited ang capacity ng DepEd. When we first started these hearings, yun naman talaga direction natin, di ba? I myself was of the view na mangunguna dyan ng Taguig City. But the infrastructure by the telecoms, by the national government, by even the private industry in putting in this needed infrastructure has not happened. So it's not going to happen, Mr. Chair. I submit. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Pia. Director, you may continue, but let's go straight to the point po. Director Abram, naka-mute po kayo.
Sorry about that. So as of June, around 40% were already trained, of teachers were already trained. They actually attended 11 different courses. So we taught them how to develop their own materials, so authoring tools on how to develop their own ebooks. We taught them authoring tools on how to do interactive quizzes. We also taught them how to make use of Moodle. Moodle is the learning management system that we are making use in the Department of Education. One of the major advantages of Moodle is that it's open source, so it's free, so we could easily deploy it. And then there is a cell phone-based application, and we are already in the process of zero rating this with the telecom companies. So even if the internet, we know that internet is very bad in the Philippines. But what we did is that even without internet, even if with very weak internet capacity, the students will be able to download the learning management into their cell phones. And if a teacher assigns activities like watching a video lecture from DepEd Commons, reading a self-learning module in DepEd Commons, they will be able to monitor whether a student does this in the virtual classes created under the learning management system. And this can be implemented using cell phone technologies even with weak internet access. So we've also done trainings on how to make use of Microsoft O365, G Suite for education, 3D development, so that the teacher can provide more interesting multimedia content, Canva for beginners, Photoshop, also parenting tips, and also including educational applications for coming from the DOST. So that's with regards to the training. There were 11 courses that were given in April to June. Around 1.4 million participants, covering 40% of our teachers, and we were limited only to 40% of our teachers, primarily because these are the teachers who have access to internet in their residences. So we have also produced around 1.5 hours already of video lectures regarding DepEd Commons and how to use the learning management system. And these were actually aired in August 11 during the dry run. We will keep on airing this in TV this coming September 21, as well as in October 5. So more of our teachers will find out how to make use of the learning management as well as DepEd Commons. With regards to infrastructure, Your Honor, 67% of our population actually have personal cell phones. So we believe that around corresponding population of children will have access to cell phones. That will be around 15 million learners. So these are the ones that we are targeting for this online learning. There are also around 1 million devices already in public schools that we are authorizing the schools to release to their students. So this will account for 2%. So we can expect around 69% of our population, plus those students that are being provided with tablets, devices coming from the local government units. Unfortunately, we don't have a database yet of how many devices will be coming from the local government units, but we expect quite a lot, especially in the NCR and the urbanized areas, Your Honor. Thank you.
Director, I'm quite confused. No, you're saying by noong June, 40% of our teachers have already been trained. Ngayon, to date, it's already August. Ilan na ang na-train?
Nasa 45% na, Your Honor.
Because they have to be trained in terms of delivering distance learning, no? So how many of our teachers have already been trained?
Nasa 45% na, Your Honor. As of to date, yes.
So what happened to the 60%?
Your Honor, just a clarification. This is only on the digital online learning care of ICTS. As I mentioned earlier, we have a number of units providing training for distance learning. There is NAEAP. There is also psychosocial interventions jointly by the DRRMS, as well as even our legal has on child protection, and we will present a consolidated. So I think Director Abram, Your Honor, is only discussing the ICT based training, and so it is only a one of the components of our training program. In fact, Your Honor, from a physical output with respect to training, we're much way ahead already even at this time with the physical output in the targets of the predominantly face-to-face training programs that was the norm pre-COVID, so that there is some cost efficiencies, although communications will now be a major part of the cost of the training program, unlike before that it is travel, accommodation, and food are the key expenses for training. So I think, Your Honor, we will have to consolidate the number, because we cannot just add this and lump this together, because there could be a duplication. So we need to know exactly the kinds of training.
In the modules or delivery using modules as well as delivery using online. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. And I think what ICT is providing are the specific modules that are delivered by ICT-S, and that's the 11 modules or courses or specific training for the use of our online facilities, Your Honor. So that's with respect to DepEd Commons. The LMS, which is, as far as I know, not yet really fully deployed, but they've done their initial trainings already, because anyway, it's the Moodle based, as he mentioned. So the 600,000 that I presented earlier is a more comprehensive, and we can actually provide towards the opening the more consolidated figures on this. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Yusek. I can see League of Cities, the attorney Janelle. You're raising your hands.
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Chair, and good morning to our colleagues from DepEd. Regarding the earlier conversations on funding as well as the provision of tablets for our learners, I would just like to ask if there's any update regarding the planned revision of the joint circular, particularly on using CEF for DELCT. Because we think LGUs have a critical role in the support for provision of the education needs of our learners. So maybe know from the DepEd and our colleagues, what are the plans if this will be passed in time for the October 5 opening, and what are the other support needed and can be provided by LGUs to support the needs of our learners? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That's a very good question. I thought it was already released, no? The use of CEF. May we get an update from Yusek Ann? Because that is really one of the items that we wanted to pursue, no? The use of the SEF, especially in big cities, so they can tap into the resources to buy gadgets and other things. Yusek, any update on the joint circular?
Mr. Chair, on the part of DepEd, our secretary has signed already the joint circular. But I think it needs 2 signatures pa po sa DBM and the ILG. But we have a counterpart from the ILG here. Maybe they can also update us, and probably po from DBM. And Yusek Tony actually is our lead execom on that. But we're happy also to note that in the Bayanihan 2 law, ay may provision po doon na nakalagay na that SEF should also help the basic education learning activity plan.
So,
in effect, the Bayanihan 2 can already operationalize the use of the SEF, no? Without the joint circular, tama ba, Yusek Ann? That
Tama
can be
po,
the
Mr.
legal
Chair.
basis. Okay.
Opo.
Okay.
In fact, mas mataas po yun because it's a law. It's higher than the joint circular. Opo.
Since Yusek Echeverry is already here, Yusek Echeverry, can you give us some update on that joint circular? Although superseded na siya ng lumabas.
Yes, Yusek, Mr. Chair, may I yield to Yusek Kamali because he's really the one in charge of the CEF. We're just waiting for their signal for the secretary to sign. Thank you.
Latest update po, Mr. Chair, if you may.
Tony, just very quickly, just on the bottom line is that we give our commitment to the League of Cities that it will be available before October 5. And then Yusek Tony. Thank you.
Opo, sususugan ko lang po yung sinabi ni Yusek Ann, Mr. Chair. So may dalawa na pong amendments dun po sa JC number 1 series of 2017. Yung JC number 1 series of 2020, nalagdaan na po ito ng 3 ahensya. Yung JC number 2 series of 2020, nalagdaan na po ng ating kalihim, tulad po ng nabanggit ni Yusek Ann, Mr. Chair, pero may komento po ang secretary po ng ating DBM ini-incorporate na po natin ito at muli pong iikot po ito sa tatlong ahensya, Mr. Chair. So tulad po nung nabanggit ng ating USEC NEPO po, Mr. Chair, it should be out in the next couple of weeks, Mr. Chair. Talagang umuusad na, Mr. Chair, kaya lang dahil tatlong ahensya, humihingi lamang po kami ng kaunting pangunawa. May legal po sila, magkokomento, bukod po sa pagpupulong na nangyari na bago pa po namin nabuo yung o nabalangkas yung latest draft ng JC number 2 nung nabuo na, Mr. Chair, nagkaroon uli ng mga komento So nandun po tayo. Malapit na ito, Mr. Chair. Magre-report po kami tulad nung nasabi po ng aming USEC NEPO. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah,
Mr. Chair might be recognized.
Yeah, I just want to mention yung nasabi ni Yusek Ann. In Section 4, J ng Bayanihan 2, a portion of the CEF may be used for support of alternative learning modalities, digital infrastructure, and other things. No? So nasa ano na siya, nasa Bayanihan 2 and it can be used as a legal basis. Yes, Yusek Echeverry, have any comments?
Yeah, on the part of the ALG, we have no comments as to the JMC, Mr. Chair. So we're just really waiting for perhaps the DBM's final comment for integration. As far as we're concerned, we're just waiting, Mr. Chair, for the final draft.
All right. Then we have invited some
Mr.
stakeholders
Chair?
here. Yes,
Mr. Chair?
Senator Nancy. Yes.
Siguro before we move to the next topic, since napag-uusapan tong tablet, hindi ba dapat medyo mag-pause muna tayo dun sa programa na pagbili ng tablet until we have that problem with connectivity? Kasi katulad nga dun sa nabanggit ni Sen. Pia kanina na dito na sa NCR mismo, mukhang hindi may utilize fully itong mga tablets na binili ng mga LGUs kasi nga may connectivity problem. So as moving forward, siguro I'd like to get the opinion of DepEd. Hanggang may problema tayo sa connectivity, baka dapat nga i-freeze muna itong procurement of tablets for our students.
Your Honor, if I may respond, mukhang hindi po masasayang dahil ginagamit din po siya para sa preloading ng digital format and it has already been stated that we want to rationalize the dependence on the printed self-learning modules at maganda rin po talaga na matuto yung mga bata dun sa interface with technology in the delivery of instruction. Dun po sa ating PISA response ay yan po ay computer-based assessment sa international at ang isang finding po namin doon hindi lang po sila sumasagot ng mga questions pero may survey questions din. And one of the survey questions ay kung sila ba ay nagkaroon ng instruction for digital use of computers and digital formats. At lahat ng mga bata ay sumagot na they have had yung mga examinees natin. Pero ang malaking kulang talaga is yung actual use of them for learning purposes. Ang malaking bahagi po ng nakakasagot ng gano'n ay yung may capacity at the home. At so malaki po pa rin yung theoretical discussion na walang masyadong hands-on. At saka doon sa, at malaking bahagi ng hands-on talaga ay it must extend beyond the classroom setting. So baka po yung connectivity is a different issue that needs to be addressed, but magagamit din po yung tablets as I mentioned for preloading of a digital format. At nakita rin namin, of course it is not yet in the pipeline, na pagka may gadgets na ganito na hawak na yung mga bata, it is also possible to have a local area network kung mas localized, especially kung contiguous po yung community, ay especially within a certain radius na hindi talaga connected sa internet but then can still be used in an interactive manner. Of course, that's not yet in the program. It is only seen in the innovations of some schools. But what I'm saying is that the use of technological gadgets, IT format, can be maximized even without the connectivity component, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Yusek. We're also joined by different stakeholders and also members of the academe. Professor Arsadon is also here from the University of the Philippines College of Education. Any comments po, Ma'am Ched?
Good morning
Professor.
po. Thank you sa mga reports ng DepEd. Nakikita ko yung hard work nila. Ang gusto ko lang sabihin sana, ang concern namin kasi nakalagay doon sa DepEd order na yung mga hindi independent learners, yung mga non-readers, wala pang solution. Kasi sa ginagawa sa ibang bansa, meron silang community tutors na umiikot sa community. Baka pwede niyong isipin yun na mga literacy volunteers para basahan man lang yung mga batang hindi nakakabasa, lalo na kung illiterate naman yung parents nila. Ang pangalawang concern namin yung dropout reduction. Kasi before pandemic, 7% ang dropout rate natin, if I'm not mistaken. Tapos kaya nasabi ni USEC na 80% dapat ma-comply yung attendance. Pero mahirap yun kung modular. So sana mayroong alternative attendance. At meron din sana alternative assessment. Kasi paano kung di siya nakaka-keep up sa budget of work, nakakasubmit. Sa ginagawa sa ibang bansa sa education and emergencies, after the crisis, merong assessment, placement and equivalency assessment, and then to identify the gaps, and then bibigyan na lang sila ng bridging later on. Kasi sana walang malalaglag dun sa nag-enroll kasi marami na tayong dropout before. So, yun po sana ang aming pakiusap sa DepEd na i-address yung mga most vulnerable, mga non-readers na mayroong illiterate parents at i-maintain natin yung wag magkaroon ng attrition dahil sa dropout na to. Kasi mahirap talaga sa mga parents, lalo kung sabay-sabay maraming anak. At lastly pala, yung sabi kayo na ni Yusek, Malaluan, kasi maraming gumagamit ng Facebook, hindi kailangan niya ng wifi . So kung mahirap magbasa sa Facebook kung maliit na cellphone, kaya maganda kung may tablet nakakonect sa Facebook para nababasa nila yung mga lesson. Kasi yun ang ginagamit sa ALS ng mga teacher, Facebook, text lang para makapag-usap sila sa mga learners nila. At kung may load sila, pwede mag-upload yung teacher ng graphics or video. So yun lang po.
Thank you, Professor. And you raised the topic of tutors, no? In the Bayanihan 2, meron po doon naka-insert one provision there for the hiring of teacher assistant. So DepEd can hire a teacher assistant, meaning using the Bayanihan 2, there is now a provision or a legal basis to hire teacher assistant. Equivalent, probably you can treat this as tutors na rin, community tutors. No? If the situation warrants, because the situation depends on the locality, no? Whether the locality is safe already for roving teacher assistants or roving tutors. Yusek Jess?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just on this point lang po yung teacher. Bago pa ma'am yung Bayanihan 2, we're working out the guidelines for us to hire what we call learner support aides po. Siguro by before the end of the week, we will be able to finalize it. Consistent na rin with Bayanihan Act 2. Just to say as well, na yung determination and identification ng needs will be based on the requirement of each division, each school po. Hindi po ang central office po yon kasi sila nakakaalam ng situation nila. So we are coming up with guidelines na for this para teachers, tutors, and learner. We call it learner support aides po. Salamat.
You suggest, no? Thank you for that update. It's a very crucial update. So what you're envisioning, meron tayong mga roving tutors in our communities? Is that how you envision it?
Isa po yon. Mas lalo na doon sa mga magulang na walang kakayahan para mag-support ng kanilang mga learners po. Pero but then again, it has to observe certain health protocols po. Thank you.
That is my point. No, you suggest yung health protocols because to be honest about it, marami pa rin ho tayong asymptomatic. I know for a fact marami tayong asymptomatic na hindi natetest, no? And the roving, I'm not against it, no? It's a good innovation, and in fact some countries are doing learning pods, no, wherein meron silang grupo-grupo sa pagtuturo. But we need to just make sure that those tutors and learner support aides will pass rigorous health test or health standards because sila yung iikot at alam nyo ngayon, inviting anyone to your home can increase the risk of infecting.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Yusek Tony.
Opo, mabilis lamang po. Ang DepEd din po, in the context of partnership, magbibigay lamang po ako ng isang halimbawa, yung ating pong Brigada Pagbasa, which supplements our USEC DAD's Bawat Bata Bumabasa program. Pero yung Brigada Pagbasa po, in the context of partnership, for example, with World Vision, Educo, EdNet, and very recently, ICM, where we're engaging them right now. Focus, Kinder to Grade 3, yung mga may hamon nga po, issue sa pagbabasa. Tuloy pong may intervention na binibigay po sa mga bata o kaya man po sa mga magulang din para matutunan po nila na gumabay ng tama sa kanilang mga anak na medyo may hamon po sa pagbasa. Halimbawa lamang po ito, Mr. Chair, kung paano natin na-operationalize yung napakaganda pong nabanggit ni Doc Arzadon tungkol po sa paglibot ng mga community volunteer learning facilitators, observing, of course, strict health protocols provided by law and relevant government agencies. Thank you po, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Senator Nancy.
Siguro just an additional suggestion. Ako, I agree. I think in some areas, pwedeng i-implement itong some kind of face-to-face assistance para dun sa mga estudyante natin. For as long as siguro dapat may coordination with DOH to follow certain protocols. Kasi for example, kung open air naman at hindi inside the classroom, tapos may distansya more than 2 meters dun sa teaching assistants or 10 students lang or 5 students lang, baka pwedeng magawa ang DepEd together with DOH certain protocols kung saan pwede pa rin magkaroon ng ganong interaction. Lalong-lalo na dun sa mga lugar na talagang halos wala namang COVID.
I agree with Senator Nancy. No, there are low-risk areas tulad ng Aurora, no, province ni Senator Angara, na until now zero COVID, but we don't have classes because of the risk. But in those cases, I can see itong mga learning pods or roving tutors or learner support aids is a possibility. No, provided that we implement very strict health protocols. You know nga, no, the social distancing, mask. I can see it can work, no? Sa mga natatandaan ko, Aurora, Quirino, Batanes.
No? Sikihor.
These are Sikihor, virtually zero COVID that we can implement. Like I said, no, we're in support of that, but we have to make sure that we implement very strict protocols so that we don't inadvertently infect our parents and students. No? Yes, you suggest.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ma'am, thank you, Senator Nancy, for those good suggestions. Sa katunayan nga, sir, Mr. Chair, ang isa rin na tinitignan natin doon sa guidelines, maliban doon sa strict observance on the health protocols, if the LSAs can be sourced from the actual communities para less travel po yun. and less cost, no? Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. We're joined also by TDC, Teachers Dignity Coalition, represented by Mr. Benjo Basas, kababayan ko ho to, taga Valenzuela ho to. We want to also hear from our teachers and also from our non-teaching staff kung kumusta na yung kanilang preparation on the ground. And I think no better feedback coming from our teachers will be the best, no? So Mr. Basas, Benjo, are you still there?
Yes, sir. Magandang tanghali
Yes.
po, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Benjo.
Sir, if I may, meron po akong konting slides lang naman.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Opo. Ito po ay galing po sa mga consultations na ginawa po namin in the past, no? And of course, dun sa amin ding mga meetings, no, sa ilang mga mambabatas, including
I
of
cannot
course,
see your slides, Benjo. Hindi namin makita yung slides mo. Mag-share screen.
Ayan na po yan. Opo. Okay na yata, sir?
Wala pa rin. I cannot see it.
Sige po.
Share screen.
Opo.
Ayan, okay na. Okay na.
Okay na ako. Sige po. Sige po, maiksi lang po. At of course, binabati ko po yung ating mga officials ng Department of Education and of course, our senators. No? Magandang tanghali na po at mabuhay po tayong lahat. No? Yan po. Sisimulan ko lang po dito sa isang post, no, ng aming organization, no, nang binabanggit ay anumang pagkukulang sa mga polisiya, sa budget at sa pagpapatupad ng lahat ng plano, ang pobreng guro ang magpupuno. Gusto ko lang naman pong linawin, that number one, we do not oppose the October 5 class opening. In fact, we appreciate the initial postponement and we support the efforts of for the preparation. We support the Department of Education's efforts, at nakikita po natin yan doon sa ginagawa po ng aming miyembro sa ground, sa field. Of course, but the DepEd must ensure that the lives, health, safety of our teachers would not be sacrificed just to be able to meet the October 5 target. And of course, formal resumption of classes in whichever form entails necessary movement and physical interaction with the people. Strict quarantine protocols should be observed. Ito very, very recent po, no, na pag-usapan din po. And then we hope that the DepEd management would consider the opinions and sentiments of our teachers in crafting policies and programs in addition to their external stakeholders. And of course, should there be clear manifestations that things would not get better, immediate consideration for the further postponement of class opening to January 2021 shall be considered. Of course, napag-usapan na rin naman po kanina at medyo ako naman po
Benjo,
yes,
hindi gumagalaw yung slides mo, nasa ano pa rin. Nasa we can only see the cover slide.
Oh no.
Parang naka-pandemic freeze yata ho yung slide.
Sige po.
Can you ito, health benefits for teachers and personnel, nakikita namin.
Okay na po. Sige po. Maiksi lang naman po ito, no? In fact, parang kakaunti lamang po yung I hope ay sumasakto po, no? Hindi ko alam kung sumasakto po, no, yung ating slides, no. Of course, no. Pero sir, babanggitin ko na lang rin if ever na hindi po siya nag-share, no. Pero health benefits for teachers and personnel po, meron mga issues po dyan. And of course, we have our recommendations, no. Una po sa mga issues, of course, yung assistance is not readily available for teachers infected with COVID, no. Even those that are work-related po, no, yung contagion, ano po. No fund for testing, hospitalization, and treatment. Teachers are required to render physical tasks in violation of DepEd rules, no. May rule po tayo sa DepEd, no, na ang default ay distance, no, yung or remote, no, yung ating reporting, no, or yung tasks, ano po, no. And of course, health protocols were not strictly observed, no. Ito po yung feedback po sa amin, ano. Kaya of course, we do recommend, no, na funding for Magna Carta, no, or RA 4670, meron pong benefits ang Magna Carta po, no. Specifically yung hardship allowance, no, yung medical examination and treatment, kanina binanggit na rin po, no. At least yung medical examination mo ang malinaw po for this year, no, ay magbibigay po ng 500 pesos, no, nabanggit kanina, no. And of course, compensation for injuries, no. At kanina rin po binanggit din doon po sa meeting din namin sa regional director ng NCR, ay binanggit din po ni Director Garma, no, na yung DepEd po ay nag-advocate na, no, na madeklara, no, o maidagdag yung mga guro, no, as frontliners, no. So provide for quarantine leave, no. Ngayon po may problema po dito sa ilang mga eskwelahan po natin ay yung mga teachers, no, na kapag ka ikaw ay tinuring na probable case, no, at ikaw ay kinakailangan mag-quarantine o mag-isolate, no. So may mga ilan po na hindi ito ino-honor, no. So kami po, no, humihingi po sana, no, na ito ay bigyan po ng pagtingin ng Department of Education. Of course, by the way, yung hardship po ay meron naman pong provision dito, no, even yung ating Civil Service Commission. No, yun pong cases, no, for violation of DepEd's alternative work arrangement po, yung AWA, no, hinihingi po namin sa DepEd, no. Of course, hindi naman harsh ito, no, ang sinasabi lamang po namin, ano, sana ma-call yung attention, ano po, ng ating mga field officials, no, kasi po, by the way, Senator, no, ang binabanggit po ng DepEd Central Office, no, kinakailangan merong authorization, ano, coming from the regional director, no, bago yung isang teacher ay mag-report physically, no. In fact, sa NCR po ngayon ay 30% lang, no, po ang pinapayagan, at lahat po yan dapat ay merong binibigyan po ng authorization, ano po, ng ating regional director. And lastly, of course, yung mental health program, no, for teachers. Of course, hindi lang naman teachers to, no, at lahat po tayo dito ay mag-suffer siguro, no. And then next po, no, ay yung provision, no, of modules, no, or books, no. May binabanggit po kami dito na modules or books, no, kasi naniniwala po kami na baka yung mga libro ay mas mainam pang gamitin dahil nandito na po yan, no. May mga issues po, no, dito sa usapin po ng modules, at alam na po natin ito, hindi ko na iisa-isahin sapagkat nakita naman na po natin ito, no, at nakita na po natin sa media, social media, no. At of course, na-report na rin, ano, kanina po may binabanggit din yung ilan sa ating mga senador, ano po. Of course, no, iba-iba pa kasi, no, meron pong nag-produce ang school, meron may distrito, merong division, and of course, merong central office. Sa amin po, dapat unified, no, dapat po ay ang modules po natin ay nanggagaling lamang sa central office, no, para may level ng para may standard, no, maging standard siya, no. So kulang po yung budget, no, that lead to solicitation for papers, ink, and printers, no. Yung mga guro po natin ay required na mag-reproduce, mag-sort, no, mag-stapler, no, mag-bind, no, and mag-distribute ng modules, no. So banda huli, no, meron po tayong appreciation na yung modules ay talagang napaka mahal, no, at mukhang baka po pwede pong gamitin yung libro. And in fact, ginagamit po yung libro, no, kung hindi po batid ng ilan, ano po, ginagamit po ngayon yung libro, no, bilang substitute, no, sa modules, no, sa ilan pong mga divisions, no, dito sa ating bansa, at least sa ilang mga distrito, no. Ang aming po recommendation ay halt yung production po, no. Tigil muna natin production ng modules, no, at least for the succeeding months, no, or quarters, no. I understand yung ibang mga divisions po, ibang mga schools ay first week, second week pa lamang po yung mga nagagawa, no, or first month, ano po, no. Maliban sa Valenzuela, tapos na po tayo sa Valenzuela, ano po. The readily available books may be used, and the DepEd just need to provide lesson guides, no, or activity sheets, no. Ito po yung ginagawa na, gaya po nung nabanggit ko po kanina. Of course, yung unused funds may be used for other necessities. Even our secretary po, no, she has this to say, no, may implikasyon ang dependence sa modular learning dahil baka ubusin natin ang mga puno natin sa kakaproduce. Yung demand for paper, malaki ang effect sa environment. In the long run, modular is really expensive, no. Ang NCR po, meron na rin pong binanggit, no, na bakag po sa mga susunod na quarter ay i-reduce po ang paggamit ng papel at magkakaroon po ng perhaps asynchronous, no, na electronic na po na gamit po, no, na gagamitin. And of course, we want to reiterate, of course, this is not for the Department of Education, no, but rather for the Senate pa, no, po, no? Yung free laptops, no, and internet communication allowance po sana, no. So ang issues po dito ay of course lumaki no yung gastusin ng ating mga guro no doon lamang sa cellular phone load no kasi po talaga kinakailangan mong tawagan no yung mga bata no para ma-organize sila sa isang group chat halimbawa po pati yung kanilang mga magulang or chat group pati yung kanilang mga magulang no yung unstable na internet connection po no ay of course nakakasagabal ito no doon sa online meetings at webinars no na araw-araw po ay dinadaluhan ng ating mga guro no yung laptop computers po ay talagang kinakailangan po ngayon ano po hindi tayo na po pwede ngayong magturo kung walang laptop po teachers natin ano of course we are thankful that the DepEd provides no for a 3,500 annual no cash tinatawag po natin na chalk allowance natin ano po at yung DepEd na GSIS naman po ay nag-offer ng loan no ng laptop loan ano para sa ating mga guro but of course ang aming recommendation sana po itong loan ang laptop ay hindi pinapaloan dapat po ito'y libre na. Ano? Kanina narinig ko si Yusek ano po. Salamat Yusek of course no. May consideration na if ever yung budget na maibibigay sa Department of Education kung magagamit ito sa prioritization po ay kasama po no doon sa pinag-iisipan ng DepEd na mabigyan ng laptop ng ating mga teachers. Tandaan po natin yung laptop na ginagamit ng mga teachers ngayon ay binili po nila yan para gamitin nila at ng kanilang pamilya. Perhaps yung anak po ay kailangan din ng laptop no so at least sabi po namin 200 pesos tumataas sa house po merong proposal na 3,000 nga po no 2,000 yung aming pinopropose lang para doon sa distance learning or internet allowance po no sa house meron na po tayong proposal no na 3,000 po and then yun po yung hiring ng additional teachers and personnel nakita po natin kanina no nabanggit ni Attorney Erap na meron talagang migration at hindi po ito simple hindi po kaunti ito mas marami po ito ngayon no of course dati na yan bago pa man yung pandemic pero mas lalo po ngayon yung teachers po no are assigned to handle multiple preparations siguro gamitin ko yung pagkakataon po no sa ating mga USEC no lalo na kay USEC dads no meron po tayong mga teachers po diyan po sa Calabarzon na yung isang klase ay dalawang approaches no ginagamit po nila no may online at may modular no so at marami siyang hawak na sections no may mga class sizes din po tayo na umaabot ng hanggang 78 at take note 8 sections po yung hawak ng isang teachers no 6 to 8 sections po yung hawak ng isang teacher no yung applicants po natin for school year 2020-2021 ay hanggang ngayon po ay naghihintay at hindi pa rin na-hire po yung mga guidance counselors po natin ay kakailanganin sa mga eskwelahan lalo na po sa panahon po na ito no so our recommendations of course no immediately hire the qualified applicants no yung hiring of displaced private school teachers SQC HEI instructors no will help decongest classes yung career progression for registered guidance counselors no shall be considered no kahit hindi na po batas no I understand dun sa isang hearing po sa house no ay may binabanggit no na pwede pong administrative no yung gawin po dito no and yung displaced workers po no can be tapped to perform specific duties po kanina narinig ko kay Professor Arzadon po no yung tutorial yung community tutorial no na kinonsider din naman po ng DepEd no prior no to this hearing actually and of course yung iba po na mga issues no yon yung mga DSIS and private lending institutions yung mga loans no at yung supposedly yung moratorium ay technically hindi kasi siya moratorium no pero alam po talaga namin ay extend no yung payment no yung term payment pero hindi po nangyari po yun sa maraming mga pagkakataon po yung dependence po sa LGUs no for distance learning materials no hindi po namin sinasabi no na hindi tayo dapat lumapit o humingi ng tulong sa LGUs of course may mga LGUs po talaga na very generous may mga LGUs naman po na talagang kaya may mga LGUs naman na unfortunately wala pong kapasidad no so in fact, ang tungkol po dun sa laptop, no, ang sinasabi nga po namin dyan, baka hindi naman talaga 900,000 laptops na kinakailangan, laptop computers na kinakailangan pong i-produce ng Department of Education. Dahil marami na pong sinalo yung mga LGUs po natin, lalo na yung mga mayayamang lungsod at bayan. Of course, teachers with special assignments should be liberated from classroom tasks. No? Kanina po, present ni Director Abraham po, no, itong mga teacher broadcasters. No? Unfortunately, pati po yung ating mga teacher broadcasters po at iba pang mga teacher na meron pong mga ganitong tasks po ay meron pa rin classroom teaching no na load po. Sana po i-liberate na sila kasi yun na yung kanilang pinakamalaking ambag at mas mahirap po yun And then orientation of parents and psychosocial support to the families po, no, lalo na ngayon dito sa ating mga pamilya na dumaranas po ng mga crisis pang-ekonomiya, no. Strengthening ng radio and TV based instructions po, at of course magagawa yan if we compel the broadcast stations to provide free airtime for children's lessons. Ano po, after all yung frequency ay pag-aari po ng estado, yan po lagi kong naririnig yung mga nakaraan. Po, assistance to private school teachers, private schools and their teachers. Kanina po binanggit ko na yung hiring. Pero mukhang kailangan po talaga natin para ma-decongest talaga yung public schools lalo na sa ganitong panahon. Tama naman si Attorney Erap at si Ma'am Doris po na at least as compared to many public schools, yung private schools po natin ay mas prepared doon sa tinatawag po natin na online distance learning modality. Internet access po doon sa mga komunidad na merong mga may thickly populated na mga komunidad po na para naman na mabigyan natin ng ano bang tawag doon, pribilehiyo, I would say yung ating mga kabataan doon sa mga areas po niyan. And then of course kami po nakikiusap sa Department of Education, gusto po namin pagtulungan ito at kami po ay bukas na bukas po at sana naman po yung aming mga hinaing po ay pakikinggan at kakausapin din po kami ng DepEd. We are internal stakeholders po at alam ko naman po lagi naman po kami at least on personal capacity of some DepEd officials ay nakikipag-usap naman po sa amin. Pero mas maganda po sana Mr. Chair kung official parang ngayon na yata yung last, Mr. Chair. Of course, meron po tayong meeting na naganap noong September 10 at ito po more or less yung pinadala po sa akin ng isang miyembro namin sa Laguna. Kinu-quote po niya yung nagsalita ang chairman ng Basic Education Committee ng Senate. Ang sabi po ni Senator Win Gatchalian, upang tumaas ang kumpiyansa ng mga guro na gawin ang kanyang tungkulin, dapat nasa likod niya ang kagawa ng edukasyon at palaging tinitiyak ang kanyang medikal na pangailangan at ang mga kagamitang kakailanganin sa kanyang pagtuturo. Maraming salamat po diyan sa iyong statement, Senator Sherwin. At maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat.
Well, Benjo, ako may simpleng tanong lang sa iyo, na pagkatapos narinig mo yung presentation ng DepEd, presentation especially kay Yusek Ann and kay Yusek Jess, may kumpiyansa na ba ang mga guro natin na ipatupad itong distance learning, i-implementa itong distance learning? Marami na rin, nakita ko maraming ini-implementa ang DepEd para masiguro yung kapakanan ng ating guro ay laging nasa mabuti. May kumpiyansa na ba sila ngayon dahil October 5 mag-uumpisa na yung ating klase through distance learning?
Actually, we are working for it, sir. Hindi naman po kami nauubusan ng pag-asa. At nakikita po naman namin na may ginagawa araw-araw ang Department of Education. At ako po ay madalas nanonood po dun sa DepEd Philippines Facebook, at yung ating mga guro naman po ay nanonood rin po at umaasa po na magiging maayos po ang lahat ng ito. Dangan nga lamang, sir, at yun po ang aming kahilingan sa ating mga DepEd officials po. Kahit yung mga simple comments lang po doon sa Facebook page, hindi naman nagtatago yung mga nagko-comment. Sila yan, mga legitimate po yan ng mga guro. Dapat po ay ma-address po natin, masagot po namin. And of course, sa amin pong capacity bilang organization po, kami po ay sumusulat formally sa ating Department of Education. Well, to answer that question, sir, of course, kung tinatanong niyo po kung may kumpiyansa, dati pa naman po kung may kumpiyansa sa Department of Education, kami po ay bahagi ng Department of Education, at kami po ay handa pa rin tumulong hanggang ngayon upang itong October 5 na napakalapit na ay magawa po natin ng sama-sama ng sabay-sabay at magawa po natin ng mabuti ayon sa kanyang layo.
Maraming salamat, Benjo, sa sagot mo. Nakahinga ngayon si Yusek Tony Umali. Dahil sinabi mo mayroong kumpiyansa. Kung baligtad din sinabi mo, hindi tayo titigil sa hearing na ito hanggang magkaroon kayo ng kumpiyansa.
Mr. Chair.
Nasabi ko nga ho yan dahil kami ni Senator Binay we agree na frontliners ang ating mga guro. Hindi man siya frontliner sa medical, but ang edukasyon ay isang napakahalagang tungkulin ng ating bansa. Kaya sa darating pong October 5, talagang magiging malaki ang papel ng ating mga guro at non-teaching staff na rin, no, pagdating po dito sa pagpapatupad ng school opening. Pero kahit na ang sagot mo may kumpiyansa, hindi kami titigil. Kasama namin si Senator Binay, of course ang DepEd family, na masiguro ang pangangailangan at suporta ng ating mga guro ay tuloy-tuloy. Hindi lang sa gadgets, hindi lang sa internet, kung hindi pati na rin sa medical at sa testings, no? Yung testing na kailangan natin. So tuloy-tuloy ho kami at yan nga, isa sa mga nakita nating kilos ay itong mga nailagay ho natin sa Bayanihan 2.
Mr. Chair, 15 seconds. Opo, kaibigan po natin yan si Ginoong Benjo Basas po at ang Teachers Dignity Coalition. Mahalaga po lahat yung kanila pong mga pahayag na ibinahagi po ngayon sa ating pagpupulong pong ito. Hihingi po kami ng kopya, Mr. Chair, nung kanila pong PowerPoint. Kung hindi man po nangyari pa o baka nangyari naman na yung dialogo na hinihiling nila, ay nadinig naman po namin, marami po kaming undersecretaries dito at makakaasa po si Ginoong Benjo Basas na amin pong titingnan mabuti ang lahat ng mga nabanggit po nila kanina at sa PowerPoint na ito. Salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ang isa lang, I just want to make one request, no, last request kay Yusek Tony and kay Yusek Jess. Yung paggamit ng PhilHealth ng ating mga guro. Alam natin yung PhilHealth ngayon ay nagkakaroon ng issue, no, at sa dami ng guro natin sa buong Pilipinas, pag mayroong isa dyan ay may naramdaman at gusto magpa-test, dapat may magagamit siyang insurance policy o insurance mechanism. Yan po yung PhilHealth. Pero ayaw natin mangyari na pagpunta niya doon sa testing facility, ayaw tanggapin yung PhilHealth. O sasabihin, hindi pa kami nare-reimburse kaya hindi kami pwedeng tumanggap ng testing. Gumawa na lang ho tayo ng pakikipag-ugnayan sa PhilHealth na basta guro i-priority natin, no? Dahil kung ang ating guro nasa isip nila wala tayong tatakbuhan, hindi ho talaga sila magiging confident, mawawala yung kanilang kumpiyansa. At natatakot lang ho ako dahil dito nga sa nangyayari sa PhilHealth kasi nababasa at napapanood natin yan, baka madamay po yung teachers natin at hindi ho pwede mangyari yan lalo na sa darating pong October 5. No? Yan.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, on this point lang po, tama po kayo. Yan po yung ating layunin talaga, gawing talagang frontliners yung ating mga guro at saka ating empleyado. Kaya nga po ang Bureau of Human Resource Organizational Development ay patuloy na nakikipag-usap sa PhilHealth para unang-una magkaroon ng help desk, no? Para sa gano'n na madaling matugunan yung kailangan ng ating mga guro at empleyado. Salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Binay, any comments on Kung wala naman, I want to go back doon sa presentation ni Director Abram, no? O Abram. Doon po sa TV radio, no? Because I want to visualize this and help the parents visualize this. Kanina may pinesent po kayong table, Director. So for example, ang anak ng isang magulang ay grade 1, no? Kailan siya manonood ng television, no? At anong subject yung kaniyang susundan? I-walk through nyo nga ho kami dito sa TV programming because critical part ho to. Nasabi nga ni Senator Binay ay lumiin sa akin, sinabi niya yung interaction is important. But in this case, dahil wala namang Zoom yung mga bata, the only visual interaction, although hindi siya interaction, is through TV. No? So for a grade 1 student, kailan ho siya manunood at ano yung makikita niya at ano yung gagawin niya para maging synchronous o ma-synchronize yung kanilang pinag-aaralan.
Mr. Chair, Director Abram, if you may, with the permission of the chair.
Yes, go ahead, Yusek Tony.
Director Abram, please, if you can.
Yes, I'm just trying to share yung ano ko, Yusek. Your Honor, so ito yung draft program grid namin. So for example, si Kinder, kailangan niyang manood ng different episodes for Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday at 8 o'clock in the morning. Then magkakaroon to ng replay sa Thursday, Friday, and Saturday at the same time, 8 o'clock. Then for example, kung gustong manood yung bata na gustong manood ng edukasyon sa pangkabuhayan ng grade 2, dito niya papanoorin sa 8:50 ng Monday morning. So ito po, Your Honor, nakalista po namin lahat ng mga major subject areas from kinder up to grade 12. Nakalista dito ang mga schedules nila, ang specific dates na papanoorin nila. And we will be releasing this once maka-ano na.
So, Director, let's go through the table. No? So, 8 a.m. kindergarten ang manunood on Monday.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then, pagdating ng 8:25, that's grade 1.
Yes, tama, Your Honor.
Anong subject yan? Math?
Hindi, Your Honor. Ito yung mother tongue.
Sorry, mother tongue. And then 8:50 grade 2 ESP.
Yes.
Okay, and then so on and so forth. Director, this is one channel.
Yes, this is one channel pa lang.
Kanina you showed us multiple channels. Will it be the same format for all channels? Or per channel, ibang format?
For the first 3 months, no, from October to December, it will be the same episodes dahil hindi pa namin kaya mag-produce ng 220. What we will do is ilagay namin sa ibang time slots. So for example, si Kinder, instead of 8 a.m., doon sa kabilang channel, ilagay namin siya ng 1 p.m. So in case ang bata hindi makapagpanood, pwede niya puntahan yung ibang channel.
Okay, so in the beginning, all channels will show this table. Correct?
Yes.
And then after 3 months, it will be different na.
It will be different because we should be able to produce 220 episodes covering all the subject areas na, and then we will also produce content that is localized mother tongue ng areas. For example, kinder to grade 3 content that is in Ilocano, that is in Cebuano. Then we will adjust yung mga we will assign a specific channel for those kinds of content.
And I can see here, it's until grade 10. Tama po?
Grade 12, to Your Honor, itong oral communication, yung nasa baba from 445 up to 650, those are the grade 12 subject areas.
Okay. And saan nila makukuha itong schedule? For example, I'm a parent. Where do I get all of this schedule so I can plan the day of my child?
We will be issuing this as a memorandum. We will also be issuing this in Facebook. Papalabas din namin sa TV channels as well as dun sa DepEd Commons, Your Honor.
Yes, Senator Binay.
Meron ba kayong schedule na parang naka-structure? Kasi for me, importante pa din yung parang may, kahit nasa homeschooling ka, meron pa ring schedule yung mga estudyante na. For example, let's say 7:30 to 8 o'clock, manonood sila ng TV kasi doon yung lesson nila. And then, 8 to 8:30 break time. 8:30, kailangan gawin mo yung learning module for a specific subject. Meron ba kayong ibibigay doon sa mga magulang na basically dapat from Monday to Friday, from 8 to, let's say, 8 to 11 or 1 to 5, ito dapat yung gagawin ng mga anak nyo sa bahay. Meron bang ganung, kumbaga, instruction sa mga magulang? Kasi katulad ako, yung mga anak ko, everyday may subject, tapos minsan magva-viber pa yung teacher na parang pag hindi makaka-attend yung, kung postpone yung subject na to, may ganung interaction eh. Meron ba kayo ipoprovide sa magulang na more or less, alam pa rin ng bata na nag-aaral ka, wala ka sa eskwelahan, pero meron kang dapat sistemang sinusunod. May ganun ho ba tayong programa? Kasi nakikita ko lang dito, di ba? Parang makikita nila na kinder, 8 o'clock. So pagkatapos ng 8:25, anong gagawin ngayon ng bata sa bahay nila? As a parent, yung ganun direksyon pagdating dun sa kanilang pag-aaral.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Yusek, you may answer the query of
Opo. Mr. Chair, I could answer the query of our Senator Nancy, but if Director Joyce is here, or Yusek that is still here in relation to a weekly learning plan na kung saan nakapaloob po doon araw-araw kung ano po yung gagawin ng mga bata. If our Yusek dads may be recognized po, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
please.
Yusek dads, you recognize.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes po, we have a weekly learning plan that is part of the things our fellow teachers will prepare when it comes to the implementation of the distance learning delivery modality that has been selected by the school. So this applies po to all distance learning options. Nandun po yung objectives, the things that the child is expected to be doing at a particular time of the day, and even guidance and tips on how the learning facilitator should provide or extend support to the learner. So we can submit po a copy of the weekly learning plan. It's part of the...
Sino gagawa niyan? Yung teacher mismo o yung principal? O yung
Senator?
Sinong gagawa ng weekly plan?
It's part of the expectations po from the teachers.
From the teachers?
The teachers po. Teachers po.
So parang homeroom teacher nila yung gagawa ng plan?
Yeah, it's part of the instructional packet that should be received by the learners or the families, including the activity sheets.
Ganitong time slot, may mapapanood kayo sa TV.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Mr. Chair. It provides the schedule and the suggested activities that should be done by the learner at a particular time of the day.
Okay.
So we can submit the format prepared by the Bureau of Learning Delivery headed by Director Lai Ariola.
Opo.
And
Mr. Chair,
parang suggestion niyo dun sa magulang na parang kahit mo paano to provide malaking space, but parang a learning space sa kanila.
Kasama po yun. Included, mayroon din po tayong inihandang parang a guidebook for parents so that they would know how to really perform the role of a learning facilitator at home.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, mabilis lamang po. Opo. Bali, nakasaad po sa ating, sayang wala po yung aming mga director, tinitingnan ko po para talagang yung eksakto pong nangyayari sa paaralan natin, bababahagi bukod po sa sinabi ni Yusek Dads. Pero what our Yusek Dads is, if I may add to what our Yusek Dads just mentioned, sa Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan po, Mr. Chair, nakalagay po doon, una, Regional Director ang magdedesisyon kung ano pong learning modality, blended, modular with online, modular with TV or radio based ang mangyayari po sa bawat paaralan. Pero isa sa alang-alang po yung rekomendasyon, yung inputs ng Schools Division Office at ng ating pong mga paaralan dito. Pangalawa, base po Mr. Chair, Senator Nancy, dun po sa survey na kanina pong naipaliwanag na kinalap po natin nung unang enrollment ng ating mga bata na nakalagay po doon yung kanilang mga hamon, ano po yung kanilang preference, at na rin po yung mapping na ginawa po ng ating mga regional focal persons on ICT. Natukoy na po nila dito, medyo mahina ang internet, dito wala. So lahat po yan isinaalang-alang, yun po yung pagbabasihan kung ano po yung delivery learning plan modality distance ng ating gagawin sa bawat paaralan. Ang mga guro, yung sinabi po ng ating USEC DAD San Antonio, sila nga po ay gagawa ng weekly learning plan. Yung nakita po nating schedule na ito, Mr. Chair, Senator Nancy, ay hindi po nangangahulugan, halimbawa, nawala na yung slide ni Director Abram, na Monday, buong Pilipinas ay inaasahan na manonood kinder sa channel na ito o kung ano pa man. Yun po ay nakalagay pa rin, Mr. Chair, Senator Nancy, sa weekly learning plan, kung ito man pong nakalagay na kinder, kung anumang araw po at anong oras ang nakalagay na ito, halimbawa, maski yung MTB1, 8:25 to 8:50, ay nakalagay po dyan na may papanood sa isang channel. Hindi po ibig sabihin yan na lahat po ay obligado pong manood at mag-tune in sa TV o sa radyo man. Ngunit ito po ay alam ng ating pong mga guro, ng ating dibisyon, ng ating mga rehiyon na may mga ganito pong programa dito po. Ito po central office initiated po ito, Mr. Chair, Senator Nancy. Dahil bukod po dito, meron din pong regional and even division initiated. They also engage their ang contextualize po kasi iba-iba po ang sitwasyon tulad po ng sinasabi natin parati sa baba po. So maaring ito po ay option nakalagay sa weekly learning plan kung yan ang inaasahan nilang titingnan, o kaya maaari naman local radio station. At nakalagay din po, yun po yung susi na ibibigay po naming halimbawa sa inyo, magbibigay daw po ang ating USEC DADS. Bawat araw po, Senator Win, Senator Nancy will give you an example, nakasaad na po doon kung ano po yung gagawin ng bata. Na inuulit po namin, iba-iba po sa bawat paaralan, sa bawat division, sa bawat rehiyon, depende po na sitwasyon na kanila pong kinakapalooban. Magbibigay po kami ng halimbawa nung weekly learning plan na sinabi po ni USEC DADS. Thank you po, Mr. Chair.
Ang hinahanap ko kasi is parang a daily learning plan. Para dun sa mga magulang, para yun yung magiging gabay nila dun sa mga anak nila na para kunyari, sige from 8 to 11, para kayong nasa eskwelahan pa din. Pero nasa bahay kayo.
Meron po.
Na kunyari 8 to 8:25, dapat nga i-require nyo na from 8 to 8:25 si kinder manunood siya ng programa. And then pagkatapos ng 8:25, 8:30, mag-ano naman tayo, penmanship class or
Tama.
Na ito for the day, ito yung parang yung sa common na everyday may date yung printed material na ito yung kailangan mong gawin on that day.
Opo. Mr. Chair.
Kaya ba tayo ganun ka-specific na
Opo.
instruction?
Mr. Chair, Senator Nancy, with the permission of our USEC DADS too, and of course the chair of course, parang nandito si Director Lay, kung meron po siyang eksaktong halimbawa na ng weekly learning plan, sabi lang ating Senator Nancy, daily learning plan, yun na rin po, kaya lang isang linggo po yun, Senator Nancy. Pwede po magbigay ng halimbawa po kami ngayon, o kung nandito po sana si Director Lay, o Director Joyce.
Yes, Yusek, if Director Lay is here, I'd like to also know, magaling question ni Senator Nancy because we want our constituents to have a good feel kung ano ang isang araw ng bata o isang linggo ng bata, at we want them to already start visualizing what this distance learning will mean to their children and to their family. So yes, Director, go ahead po.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Yes po, we're going to provide you a sample of the weekly learning plan. And in fact po, yung weekly learning plan contains the daily tasks the children are going to do. So tama po yung sabi ni Senator Binay kanina po na parang may daily schedule talaga so that the child will know as to at what particular time of the day would he be learning his lessons, for example, in edukasyon sa pagpapakatao. So given na po lahat yon, so that it's really important for the teacher to be given, for example, this program grid, because it's going to guide the teacher on the preparation po of the weekly learning plan. So I'll look for I'll get back to you, your Mr. Chair, and I'll try to show a sample of the weekly learning plan po. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, siguro dapat i-review din, kasi nabanggit ni Yusek kanina na parang hindi siya requirement na manood, optional. Para sa akin, dapat wala na atang ganung leeway. Baka dapat mas maigay gawin na talaga natin siyang requirement kasi sayang naman yung pag-produce natin ng materials tapos hindi naman pala panonoorin nung mga estudyante yung ginawa niyang materials kasi nga optional naman on their part to watch it. Diba? So bakit may ganung choice, diba? So baka kailangan i-review yung ganung programa.
The Yusek Tony, you can respond. Or Director Leila.
Yes, Your Honor. Actually, everything is dependent, Your Honor, on the choice of modality of the child. Because, of course, while we wanted the child to be watching, for example, TV or listening over the radio, pero kung wala naman po siyang access, then certainly hindi po pwede. And that's the very reason why po that we're offering a menu of learning delivery modalities for the child to choose from, and everything is going to be dependent on the context of the learner or the resources that are available for the learner. Actually po, if only given the choice, we would all want our learners to get into online learning. Dahil because of the reason that you have shared a while back po that there's going to be an interaction with the teacher and that of the learners. Unfortunately po, not all our children can get into that because they may not have the devices, or they may have the devices but they may not even have the internet connectivity that they needed. In like manner po with TV and radio, while these are available, they may not even have access to TV or radio. However po, I would like to inform you that these video lessons and audio lessons and even the ESLMs that are actually prepared for use for online learning are stored in the DepEd Commons, so that should a child has a device, for example, may tablet, may laptop sa bahay, pero wala naman po siyang internet connection, pwede pa niyang gagamitin yung device po na yon for offline learning. So, yung video lesson po, pwede pa rin iuwi ng bata yon. So, it can be stored in a USB. Pwede rin iuwi ng bata yon. Play it in a video player or an audio player. Pwede pa rin mag-lesson yung bata dun po.
Siguro, for example, itong every Monday, di ba, meron tayong national anthem, yung panunumpa sa tawat. A suggestion lang, total, halos lahat naman ata, majority of the Filipinos may Facebook account. Baka you can set, kunwari, schedule every 7 in the morning sa DepEd Facebook account. Yung mga students, dun gagawin yung panunumpa sa watawat. Baka yung some kind of innovation, baka pwede yung ganung sistema.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you very much for that suggestion. We'll work that out with the ICTS po, ma'am.
Naman natin halos lahat ata ng Pilipino may Facebook presence eh.
Tama ka, Senator Binay. I just saw the statistics. 75 million Filipinos have Facebook. And by far, that is the preferred social media platform in our country. So, like for example, sa Valenzuela, we're launching our Valenzuela Live, wherein we will have asynchronous teaching. So, nag-survey ho kami, alam namin na halos lahat, almost 90%, merong Facebook account, and they can use that Facebook account. You're absolutely correct po. So
Sir,
yeah.
even create a YouTube channel is also an option aside from yung Facebook. Baka pwede kayo DepEd for kinder, for grade 1, baka pwede magkaroon ng ganong page. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Director Leila, I hope that you are taking some pointers. I think these are very good points raised by Senator Binay. We can use technology to increase the reach of video programs. Yes. My last question is, when do we see this TV being streamed over our televisions? Kailan ho natin makikita to? Yusek Tony?
Yeah, Director Abram po, Mr. Chair. Pero bago po si Director Abram, yung lahat po ng sinasabi po ninyo, Mr. Chair, at ng ating Senator Nancy Binay, talagang pwede pong mangyari po yan. Nasa ating pong mga guro, lalong-lalo na kung alam po ng guro na yung kanila pong mag-aaral ay may kakayanang mag-online learning, whether synchronous or asynchronous. Pati po yung binabanggit nyo po, Mr. Che, halimbawa po, sa akin na lamang po sa usapin ng partnership, we have partnered with PLDT Gabay Guro with respect to an application learning management system. Sinasanay din po nila, halimbawa lamang po ito, pati po ang Globe, meron din po silang e-learning library na tinatawag. Yung platform pong ito, sinanay po ang aming mga guro kung paano po ito gagamitin sa kanilang pagtuturo, paano po ito pwedeng ilagay dito, ikarga yung kanilang lesson, yung activity sheets, ano po yung ma-access nito. May mga ganun po, halimbawa ko lamang po yun. Ang punto po natin ay kung ang paaralan, ang klase ay nagdesisyon na online-based learning sila dahil nga base sa survey at nakipag-usap na ang mga guro bago pa po mag-unang araw ng pasukan at ito na yung talagang unawaan na ang isang grupo ng mag-aaral ay online-based learning, pwede po lahat yan mangyari. They could do synchronous learning through the various learning management system that we have offered our teachers to use, initiated by DepEd or even by our private partners, and asynchronous learning. Pati po yung nabanggit ni Senator Nancy po natin, kung may YouTube video, doon mas maliwanag na maituturo ang konsepto po ng algebraic expressions, word problems, ay pwede rin pong mangyari lahat yan. At yan ay may papaloob po lahat dun sa weekly learning plan na may araw-araw naman din pong klarong task tulad po ng sinabi ni Director Lay ito. Dun po sa kasagutan kung parang gusto ata mag-interview ni Director Lay po, Mr. Chair, tama po ba? Kung wala po si Director Abram po ang magsasabi kung kailan po.
Director Abram, kailan ang rollout nito? When do we see it in our televisions?
Next week, Your Honor, we will be airing around 24 episodes. Makikita ninyo ng example ng production ng DepEd TV. October 5, we're gonna be rolling out 126 episodes for the next 6 weeks. Then on the 7th week, nang pag makasama na yung MAPE sa ituturo, abot na tayo ng 130 episodes.
Thank you, Director. We're excited to see these videos being streamed over our televisions. I know this is a very crucial component of our distance learning modality. That's why I want our constituents to understand the importance and also how they can participate in this programming. So with that, I'll open the floor to our resource persons, whoever wants to comment on the issues at hand. Mr. Ferdinand Milan raised his intention to make comments. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Isa pong mapagpalang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Principals and teachers are the implementing body in the field. That's why we are asking also the support of the department. We interpose no objection on the different modalities being set by the Department of Education. However, we are asking for a full support because we are the implementing body in the field. Now, with regards to this support, we are asking multitasking. Though we are implementing that, there are a lot of programs and projects in the central office, in the regional office, in the division office, which are bombarded. That cause cognitive overload po on the part of the teachers, on the part of the principals. Now, in terms of support, siguro, though we are implementing multitasking po, Honorable Senator, ang ano po ng mga principals, one at a time. Kasi we are almost bombarded of so many activities coming from the central office, the regional office, the division office, especially in the implementation of the learning modalities, LDMs, programs, webinars, etc. That's why in terms of support po, sana po one at a time po because in this, if this are things to happen, we are experiencing cognitive overload psychologically resulting into mental disability or deficiency po. Yun po ang hiling namin. Other things with regards to the learning modality, especially on online distant learning po, because we are suffering from the so-called internet connectivity malfunctions, we are recommending the support local government officials to identify cell sites, mga additional cell sites, or identify a big companies who can help us in the implementation of whatever learning modality that we will be implementing in the field. Just like what I mentioned a while ago, we are also frontliners. We are the implementing bodies in the field and we suffered all these things. Kaya sana po yung multitasking to implement po sa amin as principals, we are also asking and seeking support that the activities being set, the policies in the DepEd po, must be one at a time para po we're not experiencing cognitive overload po. Yun lang po at magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat.
Dr. Milan, una-una maraming salamat po for your time and also for sharing with us, and I would like to thank you also for your sacrifice being a frontliner. Alam ko ho, yung mga principals talaga ho natin, kasama rin ho sila sa mga tinatawag nating education frontliners, no? And in fact, even during the pandemic, I know our principals have been going to the schools, no, to receive parents, to ask questions, to receive questions. Ngayon, Dr. Milan, you said support, no? What support are you requesting from the DepEd?
In terms of policies, yung implementation in the field, just like what we are experiencing now, we are bombarded of so many activities, say LDM courses, we have webinars set by the division, the regional office, the modular issuances, modular reproductions. In the principal group, we have so many activities. Not only in this, let us prioritize the issuances of the modules. Parang yun po yung nakikita namin na because so that learning will take place if these learning modalities will be imparted to all students. Parang ganun po. Kasi po ang nangyayari po ngayon, aside from these things, meron pong webinars, meron pong LDMs courses, meron pong issuances, other seminars in the different, parang ganun. Nagsasabay-sabay po, Senator. Kaya medyo sana po so that all principals are not also bombarded with so many activities set by the DepEd. Siguro one at a time, may scheduling po, yun po yung support. Yung sa local government officials po in terms of construction of cell sites, mababa po kasi yung ibang communities when it comes to internet connectivity po. Yun po yung amin. Baka pwedeng gawin sa ganun mga cell sites or any company, say Globe Smart na malakas po yung signal, parang ganun po. We identify and then we come up with a memorandum of agreement with the different companies, parang ganun po.
Thank you, Dr. Milan. But another question is, ready na ba kayo? Ready na ba yung principals coming October 5?
Yeah. When it comes to readiness, say whatever modality that we will be going to implement in our schools, say in my school, we are implementing modular and we are now ready because modules are now being issued to the parents. 95% po ang issuance. So comes September 29, we will issue 100% of the total modules to parents so that by October 5, we will now ready in terms of the opening of classes, Senator.
Thank you, Dr. Milan. That's very good to hear. Kung sinabi niyong hindi ready, hindi tayo titigil dito sa hearing na ito hanggang mamayang gabi. Para si Yusek Kumali maging ready. No? But it's good to hear. And again, I like to thank our principals for taking the initiative. I know maraming challenges. I talked to our own principals, daming challenges. But our principals took the initiative to respond to the challenges. Kaya maraming salamat, Dr. Milan, for your sacrifice as a principal. Yeah. Thank you. And we're also, Professor Arzalon is also raising her hands. And after that, Mr. E.C. Feingold is also raising his hand. So Professor Arzalon.
Sir, Mr. Chair, gusto ko yung suggestion ni Senator Binay, na sana merong parang ra-ra-ra, every morning, merong flag ceremony, and then you take a picture na naka-flag ceremony ka, and then i-post mo sa Facebook mo. So sana merong ganong support sa edukasyon, kasi mahirap I do homeschooling seminar lately. Ang hirap talaga yung parents. Isa rin suggestion ko sa DepEd, sana wag gawing imputo yung parents na sabay-sabay, iba-ibang subject gagawin niya, tapos tatlo, apat ang anak niya, Sana po gawin natin yung integrated assessment. Kunyari magtanim ka ng gulay, nandun na yung math, science, iba-iba, performance-based. So sana may, tulungan yung mga parents, hindi yan education graduate, yung iba baka nga hindi pa high school graduates, So make it easy for them, And sana kung another is yung alternative attendance, wag yung 80%. Magbigay ng plan B, Tapos lastly yung textbook. Alalahanin natin na hindi lang modules. May textbook sila na binigyan ng gobyerno. So sana ay you make the most, gamitin, ma-maximize yung mga textbooks. So yun lang po. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Mr. E.C. Feingold.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very clear.
Great. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I'd like to commend DepEd for all the preparation for the new school year. These are very challenging times, as we have been discussing, and we know that this could be probably the most complex school year, like in history. So UNICEF is supporting DepEd among other education partners for the preparation for the school year, and I think it's important to acknowledge the efforts that DepEd is doing for getting ready for a very, very particular and special school year. Also, would like to commend the Senate for having this opportunity to discuss and to get in different perspective on what we all can do better for the new school year. And the SRN 391 is timely and highly relevant. I think it's important that we can assess and analyze the impact of COVID-19 in the education systems. UNICEF, together with UNESCO in the regional offices, are preparing a rapid situation analysis of the impact of COVID-19 on the education systems in Asia. This is being conducted by Cambridge Education, and the focus is on the effects, the responses, and the recommendations for the education systems in Asia. We expect to have the final report in November, and we would like to share it with all the education partners from the government and from civil society in the Philippines, because this could help in the adjustments and the things that we can improve for the following month. In terms of the discussion from today, I also like to highlight the importance of early childhood education. This is an area that we have to work together and in improving how this important part of the education gets ready for the new school year. We saw in the budget presentation that there is a decrease in the education budget for the ACCD Council, and I think we need to make the effort to protect the budget for this important government agency that is focused on early childhood care and development, which includes early childhood education, an area that we need to make extra effort. Also on ALS enrollment, I think this has been raised before, and UNICEF also would like to highlight the importance of working in the next weeks in trying to increase the number of enrollment in ALS. UNICEF would like to offer support, because I think this is an area that have been improving in the previous years. There have been many important efforts in terms of strengthening the system and increasing the quality. So I think in these times in which some children are leaving or would leave the education system, it's important to offer also the non-formal education. So efforts related to communication strategies to increase the enrollment are supported, and UNICEF would like to continue supporting them. For BARM, I think this has been also raised. I think it's the region in the country with the biggest decrease in enrollment. This is an area in which it could be considered face-to-face learning opportunities, similar to low risk areas. And I think this has been already raised by some of the participants, and I think UNICEF also support this initiative in areas without cases or with low risk. I think it's important to consider that. And another comment is on the communication strategies. We have been hearing in different spaces that it seems that for part of the public is not clear that there are different modalities for distance learning and for the new school year that is starting on October 5. Some people think that it's only online learning that would be available. I think efforts in terms of communication are critical now, because it seems that the message is not getting to everyone, that it's not only online learning that DepEd is offering. There are different modalities depending on the needs of the children and the families. And in terms of the negative effects of not having of not starting the school year, so one is on, and this is what we are seeing globally. One is on of course, on the child's ability to learn. We are neglecting the child right to learn. Also, this could increase the likelihood of children not returning to school. This is something that we have seen in previous outbreaks. For example, in Ebola in Africa, those who drop out because of or those who couldn't attend school because of the closures never returned. And this was there are strong evidence on this. So that's why we need to pay attention and to try to start the school year no later than October 5. Another negative effect is on the exposure to heightened risk for teen pregnancy, for sexual exploitation, violence and other threats. And a third important negative effect is that the disruption of the provision of essential school-based services such as immunization, school feeding, and mental health and psychosocial support are critical areas that we need to pay attention. And of course, the long-term effects on the country's competitiveness. So that's why, for all these reasons, it's important that the school year can start on October 5. We have here different voices that are requesting delaying again the school year, and that could have more negative effects in addition to what I already shared, and no benefits. Because first of all, the distance learning that is proposed for October 5 doesn't have health risk. That's one. And then there are no benefits of postponing the school year. I think we know that there are going to be challenges in the implementation. This is happening everywhere in the world. That's why it's important to support in our different roles from international organizations, from NGOs, parents, teachers. We all have to support the beginning of the school year, and we all play different roles in this scenario. And of course, there will be problems in the implementation, and always the critical voices are louder than others. But also there will be children. The majority will be benefiting from starting the school year, and we need to make extra effort to reach those that are having difficulties and barriers to access the different modalities for school or the new school year. But it's important that first that we have different modalities and we can support depending on the needs and make extra efforts when we find the different challenges. But more importantly is that we all together work for the solutions. DepEd is having a good leadership, but we all need to support this. And UNICEF would like to continue supporting in different areas, as we are doing with the Department of Education. The communication part is one that we would like to continue supporting. This is a critical area, as I mentioned before, and also we'd like to continue providing the global scientific evidence based on what we are learning that is happening in different parts of the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you, EC, and thank you being a partner to our country. Well, UNICEF is an international organization that has offices all over the world, and we would greatly appreciate your knowledge base in terms of international best practices. We would also appreciate, this committee will also appreciate your independent and objective analysis regarding our country's execution of distance learning. A lot of challenges, we expect a lot of challenges, and I think it's important to get independent voices, objective voices to learn and to also correct those mistakes that we will make throughout the process. But yes, UNICEF has been a great partner of our country, and we really appreciate your voice and your sharing of knowledge. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Yusek, Tony.
Very quickly lang po dahil parang sinusundan ko yung sinasabi nyo kanina, Mr. Chair, na hindi natin titigilan tong hearing na ito hanggat di natin nakukuha yung sagot na siguro pwede naman maibigay sa ngayon. In relation to what our Senator Nancy just mentioned, I just got off from the phone. Maligaya Elementary School po, Mr. Chair. I just spoke to Principal Wilma Manyo. Paano po nila, yung example po ng daily learning plan, mabilis lang po ito, Mr. Chair. Pwede po, Mr. Chair? Aralin
Go ahead.
Ang ating pong subject, for example, sa grade 3, ay 7 asignatura po lamang. English, Filipino, Math, Science, Araling Panlipunan, MAPE, at Edukasyon sa Pagpapakatao or GMRC na po ngayon dahil po sa batas na naipasa. Hindi po ito ituturo katulad po nung araw, nung wala pa pong pandemya, na 7 to 8 English, 8 to 9 Filipino, 9 to 10 Math naman tayo. Wala pong ganoon. Ang ituturo po lamang na dami ng asignatura kada araw, Mr. Chair, for grade 3 for example, ay isa hanggang 2 o minsan 3. Base po dun sa aming most essential learning competencies na may kopya na po ang ating committee at bibigyan po natin uli kung wala po at ang ating Senator Nancy Binay na gusto po nating matutunan halimbawa sa Araling Panlipunan week 1, October 5. So kunwari October 5, formal classes na or a week after October 12. Nakalagay po doon sa daily learning plan, Mr. Chair, Araling Panlipunan, Monday, 8 to 9, kakaroon tayo ng online teaching. Pumunta kayo sa Zoom kung aplikable ito o kaya dahil hindi aplikable sa bata, ang gumagawa po ng daily learning plan ay yung guro ng Araling Panlipunan in coordination with the master teacher and approved by the principal. O kaya manood kayo sa Solar TV channel 8 to 9 dahil may program doon ngayon sa topic na pinag-uusapan natin ngayon, ang ating pamayanan. 9 to 10, buksan ang pahina GIS, basahin ito hanggang pahina 15 at may mga nakalagay po doong clear learning objectives at pagkatapos nyo itong basahin, 11 to 12 suggested time ay inyo pong sagutin ang mga pagsasanay dito. Isang subject pa lang ang pinag-uusapan natin, Mr. Chair, ng Lunes halimbawa. Pagdating ng 11 to 12, kumuha kayo ng magazine, gumupit ng mga larawan, halimbawa po ito ng mga produkto na mayroon ng inyong komunidad, mga scenic spots na inyong pinagmamalaki, mga local heroes ninyo, ikabit sa isang papel at may mga instruction po doon, yun po yung kanilang performance task at ilagay pagkatapos po nitong araw na ito lahat yung inyong mga sagot sa pagsasanay sa inyong student portfolio na inyo pong isosole sa Biyernes sa inyong paaralan. Isang asignatura hanggang 2 asignatura po maaari, Mr. Chair, halimbawa po lamang grade 3. In other words, Mr. Chair, hindi po ito katulad po ng dati nga, inulit ko lamang po. And I have talked to several principals on this na inulit ko po, hindi po 8 to 9, science tayo, 9 to 10, hindi po ganoon. And then we have clear learning objectives, clear learning competencies that we want to achieve per week. At doon po naka-angkla kung ano po yung pag-aaralan ng mga bata bawat araw at may suggested task po tayo bawat araw kada linggo, Mr. Chair. Sana po nakatulong yon, Mr. Chair, para magkaroon po talaga tayo ng ideya kung paano po mangyayari ito pong pag-aaral natin ito pagdating ng October 5. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Nancy, do you wanna respond to that or okay na yung explanation ni
Okay na,
Yusek?
sir. Siguro,
Mr. Chair?
meron bang can we see this during the dry run?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Director Laila.
I can share po a sample of that learning plan that Senator Binay is asking.
Sige, go ahead.
If you
Go ahead.
may allow po.
Pero itong learning plan na ito, Mr. Chair, if you may, Director Lay, because I just spoke to our school head this is a suggested learning plan.
Yes.
Director Lay.
Yes po. Yes po.
If that subject teacher, tama po ba yun? In coordination with their master teachers and then the principal, which will finally approve how it will look like. Kasi contextualization di ba? Mr. Chair, Director Lay?
Yes
Okay.
po.
Thank you po. Dahil kailangan mahalaga yan, Director Lee. Dahil very fair question to ask para may idea ang ating committee. Thank you po, Mr. Chair.
Your Honor, is my presentation shown already? The sample shown
Yes,
already?
we can see it.
Okay. So this is just a sample, Your Honor, of a weekly learning plan where the home learning tasks of the children are already captured. And you will note that there's even a reminder for the child to be eating his or her breakfast, to be having some short exercises and sample meditation. So that, for example, on a Monday, This would be the activity of the child, and even the specific activities, the assignments that he has to be accomplishing, and the output that he has to be accomplishing is already placed here. And there's even a reminder where when the child needs to, for example, get into the Google Classroom, then it's actually provided. And I'd like to show you a part where, for example, for in the afternoon, where the child is going to have Filipino, and there's a video clip, for example, that's going to be shown. Even the link, Your Honor, is already provided here. Even some sample questions, the guide questions are already provided here. So our weekly learning plan is looks like this, Your Honor. So the links are provided, the reference materials are actually provided. Even the chart where they need to accomplish is already provided. If and when that's one among the outputs that's asked from the child. So you will note, Your Honor, that should this weekly home learning plan is provided to the child and to that of the parent, they're actually very well guided on how to go about the day-to-day activities of the child, including what is expected of them to be accomplishing and to be sending out if and when it's going to be online learning. And you will note that the parent is always involved, because we believe that the parent should as much as possible take an active role in providing assistance to the child.
Director, this learning plan, this document is who has this document?
It's the teacher, Your Honor, who's going to prepare this, and it is strongly recommended that this document should also be provided to the parents as well as the learner support guide, the learner support aid, so that they will know how to assist the child.
It will be provided, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
It's not simply recommended. It's part of the learning package, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Your Honor.
For example,
part siya ng learning kit, parang ganon.
Yeah. In fact, Your Honor, even the radio scripts and the video scripts should also be provided to the teachers, so that they will be guided when they will be working on the weekly learning plan, if and when the choice would be blended distance learning.
how is this going to be synchronized with the television programs that DepEd is producing?
Your Honor, that was the very reason why I said that even the teachers should be provided with the grid. So they have to be, they have to have the schedule so that they will know when they will know where to plot that particular lesson in the within a week, for example. And I also mentioned that even the video script should also be provided to the teachers so that they will know. For example, in the video lesson, there's a reference of an activity that's going to be that's going to be done by the child, and there's going to be an activity sheet that needs to be accomplished. Then the teacher can make reference of that activity sheet as he or she prepares this weekly home learning task.
So in other words, the grid should be completed ahead of time so that the teachers will be guided accordingly as to what time a specific subject will be broadcast.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
And that's why, if you may, Mr. Chair, the joint office in charge of this is our ICT, Mr. Chair, and then our curriculum and instruction too, Mr. Chair, headed by our USEC DADS, to which our Director Lay belong. Dahil meron po silang ganung pakikipag-ugnayan na nangyayari, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead, Senator Bin.
Yung ginawa nila is a weekly plan. So ano ba yan? Every week, meron silang dapat ibigay, parang 1 week before, dapat nabibigyan na nila yung magulang ng ganyang kopya o yung learner. So paano yung distribution yan? Every week or kasama na dun sa 1 month na kit na ibibigay niyo?
Your Honor, if I may.
Go ahead, Director.
It really has to it really has to go with the package, Your Honor, because so that the parents will also have the chance to familiarize themselves, and the learner will also get the chance to familiarize himself or herself with what is expected of him to be doing during a specific or given week.
Mr. Chair, I think yung mga upper elementary, parang mas madali. Pero paano yung mga kinder at saka grade 1 na talagang kailangan ng guidance ng teacher? How would you compensate? Di ba kasi may mga ano yan may mga sensory, may penmanship. Paano yung mga ganong subject?
Mr. Chair, if I may respond.
Go ahead, Yusek.
Well, yan nga po yung kaya meron tayong mga dry runs and simulations na nagawa na. Kagaya po nung napakita ko kanina, nung una ay select areas lamang nung early August, I think. But right now, as was shown, ay lahat ng parang 30 plus schools, 30,000 plus schools already have had their dry runs and simulations. Ang ibig sabihin po nito, lahat na ng klase doon sa eskwelahan na ito. Of course, may big schools, may medium schools at may small schools. So nakita na nila yung kung paano nakakuha na yung mga bata ng 1 week schedule, nung kung paano ibabalik and so on. At kagaya ng nasabi kanina, yung weekly learning plan ay kasama dun sa learning resources na nakuha nila. Nakita po namin yung sa kindergarten based on yung tanong, kung maalala pa ni Senator Win, yung si Teacher Fatty sa Navotas, pinakita niya yung pag-organize ng klase niya mula dun sa pagkuha ng profile ng mga bata through the learner enrollment and survey form, pag-organize ng mga learning resources na ibinigay dun sa mga bata. Mayroon po siya minsan na introduction. Yung activities ay pinapadala hindi synchronous online pero minsan ay sa messenger. Kaya kagaya po kanina na namungkahi ko, Mr. Chair, na baka maaari uling sa susunod na pagdinig ay maimbitahan natin yung mga nasa field natin, the regional directors and kasi kahit po kami, like for example ako, ay ang familiarization ko dun sa nangyayari ay on the ground is based on the reports of our regional directors at the management committee. So sila po yung nagpapakita sa amin kasi at the regions and division meron po tayo dyan ng yung curriculum and yung CLMD, yung regional expression natin, sila po yung nagpe-prepare nito, gumagawa ng suggested learning plan at the area. Sila din ang may alam kung ano ang dominant modality in the area. So yun pong kaya ang kaya lang i-present ni Director Leila is a sample dahil hindi nga po one size fits all yung sa programming sa weekly learning plan. But in every region or even at the division level ay may mga ganyan po at mas magandang marinig yung ating mga field units. Kanina po narinig natin yung ating principal and he said actually ang problem nila ngayon as was shared ay so bombarded na masyado ng mga webinars, trainings and requirements. So they are really already organizing the classes that they have. Alam po nung isang guro na may estudyante na 30 to 40, yung profile ng mga estudyante niya, sino yung may capacity for online learning, sino yung pure distance. Over the course of the school year, malalaman din nila yung mas kailangan ng tutok ng greater instructional partnership at kung sino yung may mas independent learning. Pero mas maganda pong mapakita ng isang guro, halimbawa kung yung kindergarten, kung paano. And that's our main source of confidence is really when the kindergarten teacher shows how they are doing it. And they are really able to do it like yung kay Teacher Fatty dati. And this is not a unique teacher, kung hindi, this is what is happening on the ground. In the same manner that the good senator has a class, students, I don't know what level of education, so the teacher will have that interaction, and sometimes there's a need for instructional partnership with the parents or through independent learning. And within each class ay may pagkakaiba-iba po talaga. May mga kailangang mas tutukan ng mas hindi, merong will require, kagaya din nung napakita sa atin dati dun sa mga dry runs and simulations na may partnership with some tutors, but not for all. It will be for example, for 1 or 2 students na walang capacity yung parents. So, mahirap pong magpakita ng isang modelo na will apply to all. Mas madali pong sabihin yan kung hindi blended yung approach, like yung pure online learning, isang modality lang, dito ay may blending talaga, at we allow the regions, divisions, and even at the school level to have certain adaptations based on the particular conditions on the ground. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair?
Senator Binay.
Siguro balikan ko lang yung na-raise ni Ma'am Arzadon tungkol dun sa attendance. Paano nga ba nila i-check yung attendance ng mga estudyante?
Anyone from DepEd regarding the attendance of students?
Kasi Mr. Chair, kung meron tayong online, mati-check talaga yung attendance. But basically, hindi pa online . So how would they know?
Yes, Tony?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Doon po sa sinabi ni Senator Nancy po na tama po pag online talagang makikita ito. Ang pagkakaunawa ko po sa pakipag-usap sa mga guro natin sa baba ay nakabase po ito dun sa performance nila nung kanilang daily task. Lalo na kung wala po silang online connectivity capability, modular lang talaga, at wala pong actual na interaction na nangyayari araw-araw. Doon po ang pagbabasihan. Bukod po doon, baka mayroon pong gustong idagdag, Director Lay and our colleagues who are here right now.
Parang yung submission nila is their attendance.
Yes. Yes, we will assume that they are present per day. Yung po yung the way I gathered it po sa baba, Senator Nancy, Mr. Chair. But Director Lay, if you have any particular issue ones that you could refer to on the question on how do we monitor the attendance, Director Lay, or go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, sir, and Your Honor. Actually, I agree with what Yusek Tony is saying, that everything is really dependent on the outputs of the child. After all, there's the weekly, there's the learning, there's the daily task that the child is going to undertake, and there's the weekly learning task that the child is going to undertake. So our expectation would be the child should be able to accomplish what is expected of him day by day. And so we do not even need to be checking whether the child is present or not, given that they are on home-based learning. But what is important for the parent as much as possible to be looking into, and of course the teacher, should he or be given the chance to communicate with the child through any form of communication, would be to really find out whether the child is being able to do what is asked for him to accomplish during the day po.
For the teachers naman ho, may attendance din ba?
Mr. Chair, unless our USEC Jess Mateo is here, please. Is USEC Jess still here? Mr. Chair, Senator Nancy, we are guided by the civil service issuance on how we monitor the absences, or whether our people are reporting for work under the issuances on alternative work arrangement. I could see our using just Mateo, please, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, yung attendance, ma'am, no, it's just like performance, and they have to submit para monitoring tool po, so that we can monitor also the progress of our teachers po. Thank you.
Siguro, last na lang, Mr. Chair. Paano yung pag-declare ng no classes? Kasi, for example, may bagyo. Magba-brown out or hindi makakagawa ng lesson plan for the day yung estudyante kasi nga brown out or nabaha sila. Paano ho ba ngayon na declaration of no classes?
Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, kasi natatanong ito at in truth ay wala pang issued policy ang Department of Education as of this time. We will come up with the policy. Mahirap kasi minsan ay nakakapag-sagot ng still not a policy yung ating mga members of the executive committee. So we will certainly issue a policy guideline dahil hindi it's not the same as face-to-face classes. We know what the suspension is about, but right now the idea is we're really in exactly the situation of a calamity that prevents them from coming to school, and we are doing all we can to do blended learning, distance learning. So it is quite not the same manner. It is like a contradiction. If we're dealing with a bigger pandemic that prevents the students from coming out of the office, and then there's a storm, and then we will cancel all the activities in the learner. So it's a policy decision that the department will come up with an official position. And there is none yet at this very moment, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Tapos siguro kasi like dun sa mga private schools na basically full online, yan parang may attendance, but kunwari kung may bagyo nga, pangit, hindi maganda yung nag-down yung signal or whatever, pero pwede sila ma-consider na absent kasi nga may online presence eh. So baka kailangan din yung gawa ng policy pagdating doon.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I may, baka mangyari nito kagaya doon sa ECQ. May mga activities na hindi talaga magawa. Halimbawa, yung delivery and or pick up of the learning modules. So hindi talaga magagawa yon. Kung may walang learning resources at walang capacity for communication, then obviously the class will be suspended. So those are the considerations that we will have to take. It can be a case by case, and like the rules of thumb before, na pag signal number 2 ay wala nang pasok ang lahat, because that is exactly what the situation we are in now, that our learners are prevented from coming out, and we have prepared precisely for that situation. So it's as I mentioned, it is a quite a parang contradiction that we will suddenly be suspending. So there must be a reason why such a suspension will happen, and I think those will be the standards that the Department of Education, from a policy perspective, will have to clarify. Yes, Mr. Chair, before the opening of classes, we will make sure that we already have the official policy of the department.
And Yusek Depo, siguro tandaan lang din natin, hindi lang bagyo ha, because there's the possibility of na bumalik sa lockdown is also possible. In fact, may mga ano ba yan, yung mga targeted lockdowns na kung saan isang barangay or who knows, diba? Wag naman sana, baka itong NCR bumalik ulit bumalik ulit sa ECQ or another type of lockdown, diba? So baka dapat isama din yun dun sa possibilities.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Madam Senator, those were all be the policy considerations, and we need to have a rational guidelines, because just from the surface of it, the rules of thumb before will not apply, and so we have to think of those policy situations. Sometimes the local government units can also be similar to the regular pre-COVID, become a key factor. I think the NDRRMC, but and the chief executive as chair of that is the basis for the suspension of classes outside of the mga yung typhoon. There might be that component still, but as I mentioned, it can be a suspension of certain activities in a certain area, but not necessarily learning continuity. So those are the nuances, Mr. Chair, that we need to take into consideration for that policy to be issued. But clearly, it is a question that are already being asked, and we need to issue an official policy and guideline.
Chair.
I would like to open the floor to anyone who wants to make comments or give their suggestions. Any of the resource persons who have any comments or any reaction to anything that we have discussed this morning or this afternoon?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I'm Daryl. I'm from Philippine Normal University. Good afternoon.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much, DepEd. I congratulate you for the hard work that you have done to our basic education program. I just would like to ask, in terms of assessment, how does the DepEd see this one? The quizzes, the periodical test, or do we even have to declare honors this time? And also, I think for the attendance, based on our experience as the one who implements the basic education at the university, we try to look at attendance more of as a measure to see the situation of our students. Because when the students do not, we could not see students in our online classes for most of the time, maybe there's problem. But we don't see it as a as a requirement that they should in passing the subject. It's more of taking care of their welfare. So I think as teachers, we have to revision the program part. And I heard about Senator Binay's inquiry on parents earlier, and I think what we can do is, we are doing this in PNU, is we are giving coaching and mentoring program to our parents, particularly those that are handling the kinder until grade 3, so that the parents would know how to teach the concepts to their kids, as well as manage the stress that they can encounter at home and so on. That's all, Senator. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Tony, you want to respond to that question?
Yes, but I think Director Lay, please, Mr. Chair, with your permission.
Yes, go ahead.
Director Lay, on assessment, please.
Okay. Yes, Your Honor, for now, we have actually drafted already a policy on assessment and grading, but it's not yet issued yet. So it's not yet, we cannot, I cannot speak yet about it, but we're giving you the assurance that we have revisited our classroom-based policy, classroom-based assessment policy, and we're coming up with our interim policy guidelines, Your Honor.
Pero Mr. Chair, if you may, napag-uusapan lang para maganda nakita rin ng mga nandito, Director Lay. Susugan mo to, Director Lay, with the permission of our chair, please. So napag-uusapan po ngayon that we will, for example, in Q1, there will be like 4 written work or performance tasks na pagbabasihan. I think it's okay, Director Lay. Dahil ang mahalaga lang po, hindi pa po ito na-issue, pero kung ano lang na pag-uusapan, please, with the permission of our Chief Nepo, if you could say, so that our committee will have an idea.
Yeah. Actually, that's what I want to pursue the question of Dr. Montebon of PNU. Valid ho yun, no? Because I raised that even before in one of our hearings. How do you assess? How do you know that the child is learning or not? No? Kasi basic yan eh. And Yusek Dads gave us an answer, but it's good to reiterate it again in light of many developments from the point that I asked that question, so that our parents and also the centers will understand how a child is being assessed and whether the child is learning or not learning.
We'll yield to Chief Nepo, Mr. Chair. I think our Chief Nepo wants to be recognized, Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Yusek Nepo.
Well, only to the point, Your Honor, on the process that has gone into the development of this interim assessment. Yes, certainly with the change in the learning delivery modalities, then the assessment will also necessarily change. At kung nag-umpisa po noong August 24, I'm sure na ilabas na ito. But because of the deferment ay sumailalim ito ng mas masusipan na konsultasyon. We have consulted within the curriculum and instruction with our regional directors also actively involved, and we have my office is also involved in consultation on this policy as part of the review of the Office of the Secretary, consulting as resource persons a number from the academe, including some representatives from PNU itself, and as well as a focus group discussions with teachers, because the concern of teachers always is the practical implementation of this. I mean, not just the theory of it and the concepts on assessment of distance learning modalities, but also with respect to yung how to really do it. There were a number of debates, as I can share, with respect to numerical grades, the pass or fail. These are all have been discussed. Yung binabanggit ni Yusek Tony na performance tasks versus written works, those have also all been discussed. Of course, the concern of some of the teachers on yung mga quizzes, kung ito ay ginagawa sa bahay, how reliable and authentic are these assessment tools. Kaya po nagkaroon ng konting delay. We took advantage of the deferment of the opening na patalasin pa yung assessment guidelines na ito. At this is about to be issued. I'm sure all the comments have already been given back to CI, and the Office of the Secretary is just waiting for the resubmission of these assessment tools after such a review. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yusek, when do you expect the release of this interim assessment? I would assume that this type of guideline has been cascaded even before, no? So that teachers will be guided accordingly. And since we're implementing a new form of teaching, it goes without saying that the assessment should also be well understood by our teachers, no? Because at the end, they will be the ones assessing the students and whether and determining whether the students are learning or not, no? So when do we expect the release of this assessment guidelines?
Director Leila, please give us an indication when the resubmission is, because the Office of the Secretary is also already ready to endorse it, given the review that has come into this. So we're just waiting for the final draft. So if it comes this afternoon, then I think it will readily be endorsed already to the Secretary for her final review and approval. Director, can you give us an indication when you can resubmit or CI can resubmit it? Thank you.
Yes po, Yusek. Actually, from my presentation during our MANCOM, we had to integrate the comments of our regional directors. So we had to give back to the planning unit. And so we're hopeful, Yusek. I'm not actually promising. We're hopeful that we'll be able to come up with the final draft already today or tomorrow and give it back again to Planning and Research Office for Yusek. So hopefully, Yusek, within this week, we'll be able to come up with a final draft already.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Senator Binay.
Hindi pa ho dapat kasama yan sa training ng mga teachers natin? Because this is a different way of assessing yung students eh. Dahil hindi na to straight na may quiz, i-check ng teacher, di ba? Parang lalabas ngayon yung teacher, kailangan meron siyang feel na nagagrasp ng estudyante niya yung konsepto. Not through examinations, but in another form.
Director Leila, you may answer the question.
Yusek Nepo?
I also respond. I will yield to Director Leila, but as we have seen it, many of these are existing principles and actually actions already being done. And what was asked by the field, for example, are to show some samples, for example, on online learning and so on. So, in other words, it will be new with respect to the weights, the final components of probably some of the tools, but it is not entirely new. It will not entirely be new to our teachers. And in fact, it is not something that they will see for the first time from the field, because as mentioned by Director Leila, it has gone through such a consultation process. In fact, the FGDs with teachers had a lot of inputs to that. So in other words, it is not a totally alien concept for assessment. So it's really the details, and once they see it, then they will be able to implement it. Mr. Chair, I think I mean, I'm not even an educator in that sense, but most of the learnings come from the discussions and the external experts, plus the experts from the bureau and the teachers and our regional directors during this process. I think what we're just trying to arrive at is some level of consensus within the department, because there were so many different takes on this. There, as I mentioned, there was some, not really a full-blown debate, but just some different positions that had to be resolved within the departments, which we believe is more important than forcing something immediately, but with not some level of consensus among the key actors within the department and even outside, because once you come out with an assessment and there are points of view that are not integrated, then it will come to certain criticisms, for example, that we will have to address anyway. So it's only for that, Mr. Chair, and the fact that I mean, weighing the balancing of it versus immediate issuance, or at this time, we are only Albert's trying to make sure that there's consensus on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. We'll just provide us a copy na ng USEC Nepo once this becomes official. And may I request also from the department, this is after October 5, or if you have this data ahead, I'd like to get a good sense of how many divisions or how many districts implement certain type of modality. No, I'm just curious because I would assume majority will be the modules, the self-learning modules modality. No, I don't expect a lot of divisions and or districts pursuing online. No, primarily because of technological limitations and connectivity limitations. So if the data is already available, I would like to get that so that we will have idea, some form of idea on the preferred modality and the most feasible modality our districts and divisions prefer. All right, so any more questions from the body? If you have any, Senator Binay, any more questions or actions? I think we have covered the...
Mr. Chair?
Yes, yes, go ahead.
So I just want to wish DepEd good luck. Medyo very challenging yung pagdadaanan nila during this school year.
Thank you for the question, Senator Bina. You a lot of your questions are very practical and questions that our ordinary Filipinos are asking themselves, no, and asking their teachers and their legislators. So it's very good that you brought this to light so that our constituents will understand. My last question to
Mr. Chair.
yes, you, Senator Binay.
Mag-anak ka na kasi para alam mo yung problema ng isang magulang.
Darating din tayo ho dyan. Senator Binay. Once, sana.
Your Honor, sayang po, walang thumbs up. Magka-thumbs up po kami.
Oo nga. Oo. Pagtapos na ng COVID. Yusek Nepo, my last question to you, and this is before we close. Yusek Nepo, from what you have heard and what you have analyzed, ready na ba ang DepEd for October 5?
I believe we are ready. I think the secretary will always say we're really ready. But as the secretary said, the 100%, by the time that our anticipated problems that we are responding to, we believe have been addressed, and by October 5, there are new challenges that we have to face. And that's why, as you very well know, the secretary has always really pushed for and been very, very careful about any further deferment, and it's a trade-off, and as mentioned by UNICEF, to delay will do us more harm than good. And you've seen, Mr. Chair, the level of our presentations. We've not hidden anything. You've seen how it has progressed over this time, and certainly one indication that we are more ready is I think Yusek Ann is smiling more. Yusek Tony is also probably smiling more, and probably the secretary as well. And you've heard also our representative principal earlier, and that's what counts to us the most, the feedback from our smallest units, Your Honor. So it's a long answer. We're ready for October 5.
Thank you, Yusek. Well, personally, and I don't believe in the shout for academic freeze. I don't believe that that knowledge and learning should be frozen. There's no such thing, because our kids deserve to learn, and our kids will be the next leaders and the future of this nation. So freezing their minds will not benefit anyone. So we're in support of your endeavors, and as you have seen, we are doing our best in the legislature. Kasama ko po si Senator Nancy in giving you everything that we can possibly give, no, in order for you to successfully implement the class opening on October 5. So we bid you good luck. But kasama niyo kaho kami. We're your partners in delivering the best education to our children. So with that, I will terminate this update, this hearing. Thank you, Senator Binay, for staying with us from morning till afternoon. And of course, to the DepEd family, to all the USECs who are here, to all the directors who are here, thank you very much. And of course, to our principals, to TDC, and to the stakeholders who joined us. Maraming salamat po sa inyong participation. Thank you very much, and we'll see you in the next update, hopefully after October 5 already. So with that, this meeting is suspended. Thank you very much for your time and participation. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator